new patients and offering some same-day appointments. For more information or to make an appointment, call Martusio Chiropractic at 330-856-9595.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
Mill Creek Golf Course has been the Valley's leader for golfing fun since 1928. It features 36 challenging holes designed by the legendary Donald Ross and was voted a top 30 municipal facility by Golf Week in 2012. The Mill Creek Golf Shop is a certified Callaway Golf custom fitting center and is stocked with your favorite golf apparel and accessories. Mill Creek Golf Course is now booking tee times for this year's golf season. Please call us at 330-740-7112 or online at millcreekmetroparks.org.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Miss an episode of By All Means, and you can miss a lot.
To the radio play-by-play voice at our buddy back from here at Youngstown, it is the voice Fitz. Everett Fitzhugh, my friend, how are you?
Man, it feels good to hear your voice again, Mark. Everything's going well, and definitely excited to be back on the airwaves briefly for here in Youngstown.
By All Means, Tuesdays at 5, right here on Western Reserve Radio and streaming live on westernreserveradio.com.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Oh, this is the topic du jour. Do you have questions now, Sean, on the Kansas City Chiefs? They lose game one.
Nah.
Of course, as you mentioned, they have no Travis Kelce. They had no Chris Jones. I'm just pulling up the current odds to win the division at DraftKings right now, and I was going to pull it up, but yeah, here we go. Futures division winner, Kansas City Chiefs, down to minus 130, Sean. Is now the time to purchase the Kansas City Chiefs to win the AFC West, or do you wait until the weekend goes by? Maybe the Chargers beat the Dolphins this weekend and you can get an even better price on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, I'm not going to panic yet. I did not hear one of the broadcasters say, and I think it's something that we do need to watch, but I won't panic because Andy Reid will do a good job of self-scouting, of self-evaluating. But the Chiefs missed Eric Bieniemy yesterday. You know, let me go back and tell you the breakdown. So in the Super Bowl, you know, the game that means the most, the Chiefs ran the ball 27 times, and they threw the ball 27 times. In last night's contest, a contest that was never really like a game where they were trailing and had to go to 2-minute offense, they threw the ball 39 times and only attempted 14 rushes to the running back. So I'm not going to count Patrick Mahomes' 6 rushes because those were all called passes. So that means that they call 45 passes, Tim, to only 14 carries to the running backs. That disparity was alarming to me because Detroit has not been very good versus the run. So Matt Nagy is now calling the plays. They missed Eric Bieniemy in this opener.
So switching over to the Detroit Lions, I know you're we'll leave the text that you sent to me regarding Ben Johnson, who I believe is actually a friend of yours. We'll leave those out of it.
He's dead to me.
The Detroit Lions at DraftKings have moved to an even money favorite, plus 100, to win the NFC North. The Minnesota Vikings are plus 370. The Bears are plus 425. And the Packers are plus 450. I'd let it be known I have a Packers ticket. Do I feel great about it? Not really.
I get the Packers ticket at the better number, Tim.
Well,
because you didn't get plus 450.
I got plus 400.
Right.
So my question to you, with Christian Watson being ruled out and Romeo Doubs being questionable for Sunday's game in Chicago, a game you think Chicago is live. I mean, they're the favorite, too.
I'd wait and hope Green Bay loses.
There you go. Do you think Detroit wins the NFC North?
No.
Why?
I didn't see dominance last night.
Okay.
And I'm just saying you have to qualify. They played the Chiefs without their best defensive player. Yet they only scored 14 points. And it's not like they moved the ball up and down the field and turned it over. Like, they played pretty much a turnover-free game in a lot of ways. And then they played the Chiefs without maybe the most dynamic offensive weapon, not named Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, in the National Football League. So, yeah, they got a 1-point win on the road. That's good. But I didn't see anything that kind of shifts how I'm viewing that division. I still think there are more talented teams, and I think when it's all said and done, the Lions will be outside the playoffs looking in.
21-20, the final score last night. The under comes home. Detroit, of course, covers the 4-point spread. So the late steam on Detroit was accurate. The late steam on the over was inaccurate, and the under comes home. The Lions do win, to Derek Stevens, Wilbo, and Banksy, they all used Detroit in our Circus Survivor.
They're good.
They're in good shape.
Yeah.
They don't have to rebuy.
I think Derek has 4 he's rebuying.
Yeah, so
I think Banksy put all 10.
I think Banksy and Wilbo put all 10 on him.
Yeah. So here's why I didn't approach it like they did. And last night you had an opportunity, if you're a part of Circus Survivor, if you lost last night's game, you could rebuy in time. It has to be 2 o'clock Saturday is the deadline.
2 o'clock Saturday. Yeah.
2 o'clock Saturday. You could rebuy the entries that you lost. My thing was I didn't want to use the Lions because of Thanksgiving. And whichever team is playing better at that point, I think we'll have a pretty good idea who the better team is. You might have to lean heavily on them to try and get by Thanksgiving, which is a day on the calendar, but it's a full week as far as how it counts in Circus Survivor. So we'll see how it plays out. I want to win the whole war. I don't want to just win one battle.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Right.
That's the plan. I agree. I'm with you. I got 2 entries. Jared Smith will join us later on in the show. He is my partner for Circus Survivor and a couple other contests here in town. So he will give us his thoughts on week 1 of the NFL and week 2 of college football. Eric Eager, his weekly spot with us coming up in just a little bit. What are his favorite week 1 plays? Kenny White, the Wizard of Odds, returns for another year with us. He is also going to be in the Friday Circa Challenge on VSiN tonight, which is after us each and every Friday. 16 of the best handicappers going head-to-head. The Bear, Chris Felica, was the winner last year. And the return, Sean King, of our Friday Confidence Picks.
Can't wait.
That'll be later on this hour. We will pick 5 games against the spread, and we also pick 1 dog of a touchdown or more we think could win outright. So we are up and running, unlike the Kansas City Chiefs and unlike Christian Watson, who was ruled out for Sunday's game in Chicago.
It burned out quicker this year than Diablo 4. The hit title was released with great success, but changes from Blizzard quickly killed the game's momentum. The developer felt that players were becoming too strong too quickly, and so they updated the game and slowed progression. has been astounding, and many stopped playing. Now, Blizzard has announced that the next season of the game will be full of brand new content. Will you go back to check it out?
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at Checkpoint.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Here's a message just for the attorneys out there. So you passed the bar, joined a firm, or even built your own. Now are you finding out that you're doing more administration than actual law practice? Lexicon can help. Lexicon is a legal technology provider with over a decade of experience streamlining administrative tasks like timekeeping, billing, and more, so you can focus on maximizing billable hours and increasing client satisfaction. Call 855-4-LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/go to learn more.
Staples has big savings on everything for school or the office. Save on school essentials like notebooks, pens, and crayons. In stock and backed by Staples Price Match Guarantee. Save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples Print and Marketing Services. And now save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Get everything for the office and classroom for less at Staples. Ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details. Price Match Guarantee in store only. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
First Name Sports with Frank.
It is the last day that Daniel Snyder owns the Washington Commanders. One of the worst owners in professional sports. With the amount of crazy things that have happened in that organization off the field and the lackluster product on the field, it all comes from the same toxic root of this guy's ownership. So congratulations, Washington Commander fans. It's only up from here.
First Name Sports, weekday afternoons from 2 to 4 Eastern.
Wake up call. Billy Corgan saw a shapeshifter once. You know, that lady has been around. No, the lady who said she saw, do you believe that's her? She's super. She looks like a model. I think it is her. It probably is. I mean, why would you want to claim that? Maybe she's the shapeshifter, right? Maybe. Yeah, she's admitting to, like, she kind of had a breakdown of sadly get to her under tremendous stress. But that's what the shapeshifters want you to say.
Wake up call with Tony D and Ron Culver. Weekdays, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern.
This is Prime Time with Tim Murray and Sean King on the Sports Map Radio Network.
This is VSiN Prime Time with Tim Murray and Sean King on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Get rewarded before you ever place a bet with GBank Visa Signature Card. Unlike other credit cards that decline sports betting transactions or treat them as a cash advance, the GBank Visa Signature Card can load directly to your favorite sportsbook apps. You'll earn 1% cash rewards on gaming and sports app loads every time and 2% on other purchases. GBank Visa is a card designed for gaming and sports fans everywhere and works with apps like DraftKings, BetMGM, and Caesars. To learn more, go to g.bank/VSiN. That's g.bank/VSIN. Alongside Sean King, I am Tim Murray. We do have a college football game this evening as the Kansas Jayhawks welcome back Jalen Daniels, who was out game number 1. He is expected to start for the Jayhawks. We've seen the movement in the market because of that, as they are pretty much a 4-point favorite across the board. More on that game a little bit later on in the show, but every Friday at 6:15 Eastern, we are joined by our good friend from Sumer Sports, Eric Eager, at EricEager_, Sumersports.com. Make sure to check them out on YouTube as well. Before we look ahead to the Sunday and Monday slate, Eric, just your quick thoughts of what we saw last night and anything change your opinion from the result last night to your preseason expectations on the Lions or Chiefs.
No, not really. I actually really liked Dan Campbell's quote where he said, like, I wasn't taught anything tonight, or I didn't learn anything tonight. I was confirmed what I already knew. That's like, the Roars already restore vibe that we were giving off kind of all summer. The Chiefs, it's going to be tough, but I think Kelsey means so much to that team. And I actually was really, kind of surprised at how well their defense played without Chris Jones. So I think, if either guy comes back relatively soon, I think the Chiefs will be fine. And I do think, I'm not trying to pour cold water on it, but I don't know if the Lions dominated the Chiefs as much as they kind of got lucky and won a game. Now, if you're a long suffering Detroit Lions fan, you'll tell me, yeah, those are the games we lost every single time growing up. So it was a big win for them, on the ledger, but I wouldn't necessarily say it moved my power rating of either team at all, really.
I'd agree with you 100%. I actually was kind of disappointed in Detroit because Chris Jones is such a tremendous piece for that Chiefs defense. I thought they really struggled offensively. If you take away the interception return for a touchdown, I mean, they put 14 points and listen, I'm glad they got the win. I'm like you. It doesn't move the needle for me a lot. What I'd love to happen, and we talked about this earlier, was with Christian Watson out and Romeo Doubs not completely healthy, for the Bears to beat the Packers Sunday and then be able to get a really, really good number on Green Bay to win that division.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. I will say, just for Detroit's, just to kind of come back on Detroit, I do think that Sam Laporta played pretty well, and Jamison Williams being out, they are shallower at wide receiver than they're given credit for. So that's a really good point by you, Sean. I think, with Green Bay, look, the market didn't move that much on the Christian Watson news, if like a few cents in the direction of the Bears. That might be a bigger loss than the market's, baking in. Almost every person I know has taken Green Bay this weekend. If they were to let the entire market seemingly down, I agree with you, Sean. I do think the price would be a little lower on them the following week.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because that was a spot that I liked quite a bit, and now no Watson, Doubs is questionable. I'm like, yeah, I might have to stay off on that one. Eric Eager joining us at Eric Eager _. Something that's been talked about a lot, is these home divisional dogs in week number 1, and you see a couple of them, and they're always kind of intriguing spots. And the one that my eyes really got fixated on immediately was Cincinnati at Cleveland. Cleveland is a team that, disappointing last year, got off to a terrible start, obviously, with Deshaun Watson suspended. What do you see in Sunday's showdown there in the AFC North, with Cleveland only a 2-point dog against Cincinnati?
Yeah, and this is another one where, like, every person I know likes Cleveland, including people who are much better at this than I am. But I like Cincinnati in this game. Denzel Ward, it looks like he'll probably play, but even then, I don't know if Cleveland's like that good in the secondary. We know that Cincinnati's terrific at wide receiver. They brought in Irv Smith, who I think is a very good athletic tight end. In their offensive line has improved. I think Joe Burrow, look, they went 12-4 against the spread last year, if I remember correctly. I think Cincinnati is being undervalued again in this game, and for the people I'm hearing in Cincinnati, Joe Burrow is a lot healthier than it's letting on.
Eric Eager joining us, Sumer Sports. You can follow him on Twitter at Eric Eager _. For you personally, Eric, historically, has week 1 been a spot where you feel like you can take advantage, or is it kind of a wait and see approach? Because I know handicappers, for me, when it comes to college football, week 1 is kind of a dip your toe in a little bit. Let's see if I was, assessing everything right. How do you look at week 1 in the NFL?
Yeah, it's weird, because if you do a bottoms up approach, in theory, you should have an edge, earlier in the season. Before you get all the team level statistics and stuff. So I really think it depends upon what your handicapping sort of strategy is. If you're a bottoms up person, I think week 1 really can crush, because you have information on players that maybe the market is, or your competitors in the market aren't accounting for. If you're more of a top down, you're going to have more difficulty during this time of year because the team level statistics take a while to stabilize. So I think it just depends upon how you approach the market.
Well, let's do this. How are we approaching the market this week? Let's make some money. A lot of people pockets looking a little thin because they put all these survivor entries in. How do we replenish the bank accounts?
Yeah, I mean, I still am going to I still like Green Bay at market numbers. I still like Cincinnati at market numbers. The Cincinnati one, I'm going up against a lot of people. So you can make your own decision there. The other one that I do like is Buffalo on Monday Night Football, laying 2.5. Now, that one has moved towards Buffalo, but I don't think it'll get to 3 because I think a lot of bettors really do like defense. And so I think once the Jets get to +3, I think people looking at the defense for the Jets will take that +3 at home, the home divisional dog. And if you can get better than -115 on Dallas at -3, I think that's a really good play, especially now. And this probably will kill it. But Darren Waller being questionable, to me, I think is a huge loss for the G-men.
You know, Eric, we talked about it when you were here in studio a couple weeks ago. So Circa Survivor has now surpassed, 8,600. So there's no overlay. It's all more cash for all of us. I'll be giving out my picks. It's not a surprise. Later on in the show on Circa Survivor, I've got 2 entries. What would your angle be in week number 1 of Survivor?
Yeah, it's funny because when I did the panel there, we talked about how people might over-index on the Christmas and Thanksgiving slates because those are smaller and you can get yourself in a bind. Be that as it may, I think a lot of people are going to be on Washington. A lot of people are going to be on Baltimore. Those 2 teams do play one of those holiday slates each. So that is something to consider. You kind of have the double whammy of a lot of people are going to be on Baltimore, a lot of people are going to be on Washington, and then once you get to those holidays, you're not going to have that team available to you. So I'm inclined to look other places. The places I'm looking are Denver, New Orleans, and holding my nose, and Minnesota at home against Tampa Bay, although I've seen that loss a million times in my life.
That was initially, Eric, my initial thought to go Minnesota here. I have changed course. I mean, Baltimore's the obvious one, but do you want to try to save Baltimore for later? I think ultimately it will be Washington number 1, the number 1 selection, just because of everything that's been going on in Arizona. Josh Harris, the owner today, came out and said that it's going to feel like a playoff game. It feels like there's a lot of pressure. So hopefully Sean's guy Sam Howell doesn't let it down.
There'll be a lot of people that will put an MVP ticket in for him after Sunday's game.
You want to take that bet?
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Hey, E, before we let you run, how bad are the Rams going to be this year?
They and Tampa Bay are both 2 teams where until they get hurt, I think they'll be respectable and they'll cover some spreads. But once you get to October 1st, and in the Rams' case, they already lost Kupp, so I think they're going to be pretty bad. In the case of Tampa Bay, it's probably going to be until one of their wide receivers goes down. So, yeah, I don't think the Rams are particularly good at all. That being said, I think we've seen some money on them this weekend against Seattle in Seattle. So I don't mind that. Stafford's a good enough quarterback. McVay, it's hard to go wrong with those 2 guys, but you look at that personnel defensively, and at some point it's got to matter.
Parting word, yes or no? Does your alma mater beat Coach Prime on Saturday?
Yes.
There it is. All right.
But yes.
Eric, always appreciate it, man.
Take care, guys.
There he is. Our good friend Eric Eager from Sumer Sports. Follow him on Twitter at @EricEager_. The return of our confidence picks next.
Imagine getting evaluate whether you have a lung cancer claim that qualifies you for a cash award. The consultation is absolutely free, and there is no risk and no money out of pocket. We only receive a fee when we secure you and your family a settlement. 250,000 people are diagnosed with lung cancer every year. You're not alone in this battle. We can help make sure that you and your family are financially safe and that medical expenses are covered. Again, if you've been diagnosed with lung cancer and are over age 60, call now. Don't delay. There are deadlines for filing claims. We're standing by 24/7. Call us at 1-877-614-0102. 1-877-614-0102. That's 1-877-614-0102. Attorney advertising. William Stephacker Jr. is the attorney responsible for this ad. Main office, Scranton, Pennsylvania. May not be available in all states.
VSiN's NFL Betting Guide is now available with in-depth betting previews and analysis. There's also team breakdowns, trends, and line estimates for every single game this season. Download your free NFL Betting Guide now at SportsMapRadio.com. That's SportsMapRadio.com. Bet smarter this fall with a free betting guide from VSiN at SportsMapRadio.com. That's SportsMapRadio.com. SportsMapRadio.com.
Just saying it with Cole Thompson.
Everyone should be wanting more expansion in the likes of professional sports. And I don't know if it just means in the MLB, the NHL, the NFL, but expansion is good for multiple reasons. Let's start off with the first thing. In terms of location, to be able to have an expansion team, it allows you to be able to build a foundation for your city. Number two, talent-wise, there is so much talent in minor league sports that we continue to see players waiting for their opportunities to go ahead and make it to the professional level. We keep waiting for an injury to happen. And then what eventually occurs is that you're no longer, quote unquote, good enough to be in the majors. I am always going to be a proponent for more expansion in a sport because if the sport itself has an opportunity of building something promising for the future, you want to raise the level of competition, the way you do so is by expansion.
Just saying it. Weekdays from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m.
There's a lot that think they're the king, you know what.
And those shows out there are awful.
But I've also been very good at grooming co-hosts to be like really national spectacular talents. And then I sit here in my basement broadcasting live.
This is funner.
I suck.
This is funner.
Funner. Is that a word? Funner? Even drink.
No.
The Diehards, weeknights from 8 to 10 Eastern on the Sports Map Radio Network.
First Name Sports with Frank.
We bring on the legend himself, Joey Chestnut. It was my sophomore year of high school, and we did a wing bowl every Friday before the Super Bowl. I came out red hot. I had 30 wings in the first round, and I was feeling really good about my chances to win. And the odds-on favorite for the event was a wrestler who showed up late. They stalled 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever it was, in between the first round and the start of the second round to let him back in. Eventually, I got down to the semifinals and vomited and was disqualified from the event. I believe that I was robbed of a wing bowl championship my sophomore year. What say you?
That's a tragic story in so many ways. Oh, my God. They twist the rules, but then there's nothing like a disqualification. Getting sick. Oh, my God. You have to know your limits a little bit. Part of it's your fault.
Wow. So you think it's a fair ruling?
You have to own it. If you heave, you leave.
I guess that's a point for the administration at my high school. I didn't want them to win here, but when Joey says it, I guess I got to listen.
First Name Sports, weekday afternoons from 2 to 4 Eastern. You're listening to Prime Time with Tim Murray and Sean King on the Sports Map Radio Network.
This is VSiN Primetime with Tim Murray and Sean King on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
The Thursday night football game contest, well, that kicked off, but we still have time to get you the betting edge before Sunday's game. Our updated NFL betting guide has plenty of opportunities all season long, picks from every on-air host, team-specific preseason analysis, how to use VSiN's betting splits and football contest strategies. If you want the best and most comprehensive collections of picks, predictions, and previews, now is the time to become a VSiN Pro subscriber for as low as $19. Or you can save 50% off the monthly price with an annual subscription and bet smarter all year long. Sign up today at vsin.com/subscribe. It is VSiN Prime Time on a football Friday, and every Friday last year we did a confidence pick'em. We did it for 13 weeks, well, 12 weeks really, because Thanksgiving ultimately we did not give out our plays. So in totality, we had 24 NFL picks, 36 college football picks, and then a big dog. And the big dog is a underdog of 7 or more that we can believe will win outright. That is a free roll type of play. So if it hits, you get 5 points. If they cover, you get 1. If they lose and don't cover, guess what? It does not hurt you. But the other 5 picks, that's where you can get hurt, because you assign a confidence number to each of the 5 games, 2 college, 2 pro, and 1 wild card. And you decide how many points you want to put by it. So last year, myself, Sean King, and the VSiN Primetime camera debut of producer Britton wearing his Nebraska shirt. He was in it last year. We have the results from last year's score. That's my name on the left. 56 points. I think that's pretty good. 24, 11, and 1 ATS college football. 12 and 12 in the NFL. 4 outright big dog wins, 4 losses, and 4 covers. Sean had 28 points, 21 and 14 in college football ATS. 9, 14, and 2 ATS in the NFL. 5 outright big dogs and 7 losses. And then producer Britton, negative 16 points. You can go in the negative, folks. College football, 14 and 20 ATS. NFL, 9, 13, and 2. He hit 3 outright dogs, 6 that did not cover, and 3 that got the cover.
Hold on. This doesn't seem accurate here. So I hit the most outright big dogs, but none of my other 7 even covered?
That's correct.
All right.
I can look them all up.
I got to improve on that.
I can look them all up. I got that. I got the spreadsheet right.
On that. I got to improve on that.
You hit 5 of them. So
yeah, I know. I'm really good at it.
By 1. Last year.
I'm trying to figure out how Britain parlayed minus 16 to on camera. I'm trying to.
You defend yourself, producer Britain?
Yeah, I need accountability. Last year I was new with this crew. I was meek. I was kind of trying to play it safe, kind of going counter narrative. But this year I want accountability, and I want to, hold my own, because last year was embarrassing. And, this year, if it's embarrassing again, at least there's a face you can associate with the embarrassment.
All right, let's go.
All right.
I'm kicking butt. So have we agreed on how we're going to...
So last year there were 12 weeks.
Right.
So I think we should go circa millions style, which is quarterly prizes.
So
one cigar...
Every 4 weeks.
Or we could do every 3 weeks if we want. We could do...
Stand by for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network on the Live 365 Network and the Live 365 app. Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 WRQX, The Patriot, are proud to bring you Springfield Tigers football in the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. And now, with tonight's call, here's Jim Craven and the coach, Bob Gessler.
And we welcome you to Springfield Tiger Stadium here in New Middletown, as Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot are proud to bring you Week 4 of the Ohio High School football season. And for the next 25 minutes, we're going to bring you the Cleveland Cobras pregame show as we get you ready for the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week as the Springfield Tigers, 1-2 on the season, host the Waterloo Vikings. Hello, everyone. Jim Craven with you along with the coach, Bob Gessler, as we get ready for another night of high school football here in the Valley on what we thought was going to be a rainy evening, but so far the clouds have broken up. The temperature is fairly good, somewhat humid, Coach, but nonetheless, it has been not so bad so far. And before we get started, we want to, first of all, of course, thank Jerry Sandrock and Sandrock Concrete, as well as Jesse Caldwell, the Cleveland Cobras, and all of our sponsors who make this broadcast possible every week. I want to thank Athletic Director Bob Beam and, of course, Coach Sean Guerrero.
Easy to say.
There we go. Coach Sean Guerrero for his participation this week. Of course, you will hear him live on the Malutic Live Coaches Corner here in just a few moments. Coach, again, beautiful night here on hand. Second varsity game on the turf here. Springfield looking to bounce back after a disappointing loss to Geneva, a game that they were in. One or two things go their way, and that game may be different.
Yeah, they had some mistakes, and they had the opportunity to put the nail in the coffin going in, and they fumbled the ball, and that kind of took the wind out of their sail. But they came back. They played hard. That's a good football team. Last week they beat Struthers. So I'll tell you, the week before, beat Struthers, and that's a good football team. So I'll tell you what, they're on the right path.
And if you want to put in perspective, Geneva, Division III school, Springfield, Division 7. So the Tigers not backing down from competition this year. Of course, in week 1, they took on the defending Division 5 state champions in the South Range Raiders. Went on to get a big win over Brookfield, actually a dominating win, 42-7 over the Brookfield Warriors. And, of course, making the trip to Geneva, dropping the close 21-14 game to the Eagles. Take a look at last week's scores across the iMedia network. Mineral Ridge, they are on a roll. They are 3-0 as they get the 42-6 win over St. Thomas Aquinas in Canton. They go on the road, and nothing stops for the Rams. And, of course, over on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240, Farrell made the trip across the Ohio PA line to take on the Warren Harding Raiders in what was a very exciting game here. Of course, that game with Mark Means and Dave Clark, and Mark Means. And I did that intentionally, Coach, because there was 2 Mark Means last week.
You didn't stutter.
Not at all. And Farrell, again, gets the 24-17 win over the Raiders. Of course, tonight, we take a look at what's on tap here on Western Reserve Radio 2. We have what should be a great matchup here, again, with Mark Means and Dave Clark as the St. Ignatius Wildcats. They make the trip down from Cleveland to take on the Fitch Falcons. And over on City View Sportscast, it'll be Matt Lipsack and Matt Emsch bringing you the Jackson Milton Blue Jays and the undefeated Mineral Ridge Rams. Again, disappointing loss last week, Coach. Some good things really happening on offense. Colton Rourke, 16 of 27, only 91 yards, did throw a touchdown, had 1 interception. The touchdown, great touch pass into the corner of the end zone to Dylan Sheely. And Hayden Pavlock, 7 receptions, 82 yards. Dante Gentile, 10 carries, 82 yards. A lot of things going right there. Again, it's 1 or 2 mistakes that are just preventing them from getting that win last week.
Yeah, and the one thing that I stress is fumbling the ball when you got a long drive going, and I think that had probably about a 65-yard drive going on there, and to fumble the ball on about the 10-yard line or so. That hurts, especially when that goes up 2 scores and you've done a great job holding them. But then you gave them the opportunity to go down the field and score, and unfortunately that's what happened.
And one of the things that you brought up during the game, and really you could see the coach side coming out of you, was the tackling, the wrapping up instead of the arm tackling, and that really cost them on a few plays. A lot of third downs where they had Geneva pinned back there, but Geneva picking up the long yardage third downs basically because of just bad technique at some points.
Well, at my propane station, I get a lot of coaches from the area, ex-coaches that come up. And now while I'm filling the tank, we kind of shoot the stuff. And that was the one thing that we really discussed with time after time was the tackling. They just don't give them enough time to hit during the week. And the tackling is very poor, very, very poor.
Certainly they'll be looking for an improvement, as they will be looking to go 2-2 on the season. Again, the 2 losses, Coach, and I think Coach Guerrero talked about this in preseason. They knew that the first 4 or 5 games, the first half of the schedule was going to be tough. He said they could come in at 1-4 or 2-3 coming in halfway on the season. So far, he's been right. but they seem like they're a lot further ahead than they were last year when they were 0-4 before that 6-game streak.
Absolutely. But I really think you hit the meat grinder, again with South Range and then last week. It's just they're getting their feet. Again, they're doing what they have to do. So it's going to take them a while. Again, Rourke's got to settle down and do what he needs to do.
We're going to step aside for a break. When we come back, we will have the Malutic Live Coaches Corner. Our own Mark Means had the opportunity to speak with head coach Sean Guerrero. You'll hear what he had to say, all that and more, as we take you through the pregame show, the Cleveland Cobras pregame show here on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 Patriot. We'll be back right after this.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football. Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Malutic Live pregame show continues as we talk with Springfield head coach Sean Guerrero. And coach, let's go back, talk a little bit about Geneva last week. I know your team came up short, but you had a possession late with a chance to draw the game even, correct?
Yeah, we did. We had, actually, I thought our kids played well on both sides of the ball. Our kids fought for 4 quarters. I mean, I do think Geneva, for a D3 school, us playing them, they're a very good football team. They're sound. They don't make too many mistakes. So overall, I was happy with our effort that the kids ended up coming through for the 4th quarter and trying to give us a chance at the end to win. But going down late, there was some things that we needed to try to move the ball quickly in the last minute with no timeouts. But it's kind of hard when you got to rely on things like that.
How do you feel your team has improved throughout the first 3 weeks of the season from the couple of scrimmages you had?
Well, I do feel like we progressed. Starting off with South Range and kind of eat a little bit of humble pie, then playing very well, facing Brookfield. And again, even last week, watching Geneva play Struthers week 2, I thought that our kids did a very good job of going to a game with keeping folk. I don't know if our kids were like, oh my gosh, I don't know if we can play with this team. I know Struthers is doing pretty well. And I think that game was 31-22 or something like that. So you can't fool the kids. So going in, like I said, I felt like our kids, it was 14-14. seen within like 6 minutes of the game, our kids faced a ton of adversity throughout the game. I thought that the officiating, we got kind of hammered on the officiating at times. So our kids had to face a lot of adversity. They had to stay positive throughout. They had to fight for 4 quarters, and they did that. So for us, I'm glad we're facing week 3, a Division III team that's very good, and it's going to test them now for us to be prepared with those 3 games and going into our league. I'm very happy with the progress that our team has made, and hopefully that'll pay off for the next couple games.
Coach, you not only as a staff, but your returning players this year have the experience of, getting off to a difficult start last year, and now you sit at 1-2 going into week 4. Can you draw on that experience from last year to help drive the rest of this year?
Well, we talk. I've got to be honest with the kids, and we talk to them. And for us to be able to schedule the 3 games that we did and to keep that, I'm going to go back with. They're taking 16 with that. If we wanted to kind of pad our schedule and play teams I know we could beat or know that we could, go 3-0 against, I think we could do that. But I feel like we got to challenge our team early because, if you win 7 or 8, you could almost probably guarantee, a home game now with that many teams making it. So I feel like we got to challenge our kids early to see where to make improvement and to see where off, because they're taking so many teams. So I feel like our kids understand that. If we wanted to kind of start off 3-0, I do think we could probably do that. But I think it's so important to challenge the kids early, see where you're at, and it's going to prepare you for the league play and the playoffs. Where our kids right now, we got to fine tune some stuff, but I think we're moving in the right direction.
Coach, this week it is Waterloo. They come in at 2-1. Can you what's the plans for preparing for this game?
Well, I still think we just got to kind of tweak the stuff that we've been doing. We got to be us, and we're going to try to establish the run, work some play action pass on them. And if we could, if our kids give the effort that we gave on Friday to this Friday, I feel like we're going to put ourselves in a good position to win the football game. Defensively, going to continue to try to make and we're in the right spot. So now it's you get into the grind now where you're going to get into these games where, I don't care how many different schemes you have. Who's going to be able to line up and do what they do, the most effectively. So I feel like our kids are getting there, and for us, we don't need to change too much. We just need to find some things, and the repetition is that, and we're doing, our responsibility.
Coach, appreciate it as always, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Ludic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Maludic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leads. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. Back here at Springfield Stadium in New Middletown as we get ready for the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. Cleveland Cobra's pregame show continues here as we take a look at the Waterloo Vikings. They come in at 2-1, and they get there by way of a win in week one over a loss to the United Eagles by a score of 41-6. However, they pick up 2 wins after that as they knock off Leetonia on the road 21-0, and they get the 26-16 win over Lisbon. Springfield band now on her with the alma mater. We'll take you to the national anthem here in a moment. Waterloo averaging 17.6 points, or 17.5 points on offense, 19 points on defense, and that's what gives them their 2-1 record. And then, of course, Springfield, their offense at 21 points a game, and offensively, defensively, they're at 23 points a game. And, Coach, that point differential, kind of misleading there because in the Brookfield game, they won that game by a score of 42-7. So there was some kind of, I guess you'll call it misleading, but they are going to need to put more points up again as they go along during the season than they did last week against Geneva. Although, again, a great performance against a Division III school.
No complaints at all because they, you're going against the Division III when you're 7. And that's an outstanding job by them. They played hard and did what they had to do. Again, get the mistakes out of the way, and you win that football game. So I'm sure Coach Guerrero and the staff took care of that in films and is trying to get it because once league play starts, and you gotta play early football.
And right now we're going to take you to the Springfield Marching Band for tonight's playing of the national anthem. And the Springfield Marching Band with the nation's national anthem as we bring you closer to kickoff here on the Cleveland Cobra's pregame show. Of course, we want to thank Austin Malutic and Malutic Live for their support of the Malutic Live Coaches Corner. Malutic Live, your home for high school sports. Follow them on social media, Malutic_Live. And, of course, you heard what Coach Guerrero said. And you can have these losses like that. And I'll tell you right now, one thing about Coach Guerrero, he is always positive.
Yeah, he and that's a good thing, but because can't beat it up. But in films, I'm sure he did what he needed to do.
Springfield making their way to the field here. So we're going to step aside for one more timeout. And when we come back, we'll have the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. The Springfield Tigers hosting the Waterloo Vikings here on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We're back after this.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825 or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532. Now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Just moments from kickoff here at Springfield Tiger Stadium. You're listening to Western Reserve Radio, WRQX AM 600, The Patriot. And take a look at the starters for Springfield. It'll be on the offensive line, Tyler Young, Tom Shealy, Zach Weichart, Lucas DiTillo, and Connor Sugar. Tight end will be Jake O'Donnell. The receivers will be Sean Guerrero, Dylan Shealy. The fullback, Wyatt Kuboff. The running back, Kason Kosick. And the quarterback, Colton Rurik. As we get underway here, as Trogio will return this one to the far side and move it right to left on your device. He'll get out to the 30-yard line. He'll get spun up a little bit, but none for the wear. Springfield will start over 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. Continue with the starters for the Tigers up front. On defense, it'll be Tom Shealy, Lucas DiTillo, and Jake O'Donnell. The linebackers will be Kason Kosick, Dante Gentile, Wyatt Kuboff, and Josh Velasco. And in the secondary, it'll be Aiden Appel, Dylan Shealy, Hayden Pavlock, and Sean Guerrero. So 1st and 10 now for Springfield. Again, on a beautiful night here.
By the way, Waterloo won the toss. They deferred to the second half, so that's why Springfield got the ball.
Well, they'll start out in the I formation now as O'Donnell will make his way from the right side to the left side. They'll pitch it out on the sweep. He'll come to the near side. He'll cut up the field past the 30, 35. Dante Gentile to the 50, 40, 30. Nobody's going to catch him. It's going to be a 71-yard touchdown on the first play from scrimmage, and Springfield takes a 6-0 lead here in the first quarter. 11:40 left.
That was a great job. They actually tossed to the left, and he saw the opening on the backside, and he planted his foot in the ground, and he took it to the right side and opened a hole, and that was just it was pay dirt from there, and nobody was catching him. He put it in another gear.
Hey, Springfield strikes quick as they get set up for the extra point. O'Donnell will be the long snapper, Guerrero the holder, and Kason Kosick will be the kicker. As we have a slight delay here. And our officials are giving the signal to restart the play clock here, but right after this, I'll give you the rundown on our officials here as they wait for the snap. 11:40 again left here, first quarter, just underway if you're joining us. Snap is back, kick is up, and it is good. So 11:40 here, first play from scrimmage coach. 71-yard touchdown by Dante Gentile. And it seems like Gentile always has that one big run. Last week, it was a 60-yard run. This week, it's 71 to start the game. And there's a whole 4 quarters left to go.
Yeah, he just got to keep continuing. He's got to do it again, get the yardage that he needs, and do what he has to do. And that is just a great play. Well blocked up front. He saw what they gave him, planted a foot, and then went backside.
Certainly well blocked by the Springfield Tigers. take a look at our officiating crew for tonight. It's going to be Gary A. DiTullio and Gary P. DiTullio. Easy for me to say again, Coach. A father and son part of this crew. To be John Luceni, who we are very familiar with in the area, Vince Julian, and our referee tonight will be the veteran Ed Costello, as Springfield will come on for the kick. It'll be Kason Kosick to do the kicking duties for the Tigers. And back to return for Waterloo will be Bobby Harif. And it looks like that's going to be Landon McLean. As this already fast-moving game here, 11:40, 7-0 is the score. Springfield with the lead. Kosick will kick off to the hash mark closest to his sideline. Again, moving right to left on your devices. And it'll be a high, short kick. It'll be fielded at the 24-yard line, brought out to the 35. And he'll make his way down to the 34-yard line. And he'll come to a final rest at the 35. So Waterloo will start with similar starting field position as Springfield did. We'll see if they can strike as quick as the Tigers did.
Yeah, well, we'll see how tight the defense comes out and plays, and we're curious to see what Waterloo's going to give us on a formation. I also want to mention we went down before the game to get a little bit of water and some grub, and the athletic boosters wanted to make sure that we gave them a shout out, and they do a great job down at the concession stand.
Well, they always take care of us up here. Springfield is a fantastic place to be on a Friday night here in New Middletown. Man in motion from left to right. Ball's dropped on the turf, but there's going to be flags on the play. And the head linesman, John Luceni, will say false start on Waterloo. They'll start 1st and 15 at their own 30-yard line.
Yeah, that's just a stall. If I may, there was a great man that passed away the other day, Dave Barone. He was a 67, 68 graduate, played football for Struthers, and was a 16-year board member of Struthers High School, and Dave was a friend of mine, and he has passed away, so we send our condolences through Western Reserve Radio to him and his family.
Aiken in a shotgun now for Waterloo. He'll send a man in motion from right to left. He'll be given a handoff and nowhere to go. Knocked backwards in the backfield. Going to be Eric May on the carry, the junior. And Waterloo will be further behind the chains this time, Coach.
Yeah, Lucas Ditello got right in there, and I tell you what, he smacked that right at the in the backfield. They had no chance of that handoff. The back got hit as soon as he received it. So we're digging in and we're doing what we got to do up front, and we're right now starting to control up front, and that's what we need to do.
This first quarter is brought to you by the USHL Clark Cup champions, the Youngstown Phantoms. The road to the NHL runs through Youngstown. Great season group and individual game tickets are now on sale for the 2023-2024 season. Call 330-747-PUCK. As Haken will take this ball again off the right side, nowhere to go. And he may have even lost a yard on the play. And first through the line is going to be Jake O'Donnell, who's really come on in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, he saw an opening, and he shot that gap and brought him right down into the backfield. So far we've had negative gains for Waterloo, and they have got to pick it up and mix it up a little bit. You're not going to run on these guys. They're pinning their ears back. They need to loosen them up by throwing the ball, but Springfield's ready.
Of course, we want to thank Repair That Glass, also our official sponsor of the kickoffs here on Friday night. Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass, offering a full range of automotive glass repairs. For an appointment, call 330-534-3192. Hakens now rolling out to his far side. He'll launch it. It's going to be picked off at the 37-yard line, and it'll be brought down at the 27. And Springfield will have the ball 1st and 10 inside the 30. And I believe, trying to get a number on that, I believe that was going to be Carson Cunningham, the junior, 6 foot, 175.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he had his man open, but unfortunately he was running to the left and couldn't get a big arch on it, and it just couldn't get it over top of the defender. And unfortunately, Mr. Carson was right there. So that was a great job by him. He leaped up in the air. He pulled it down.
Looked like he couldn't get his hips around, Coach, there on the run, trying to avoid the tackle. But at the same time, almost looked like a pass right to the defender.
Yeah. He when you do a sprint out or a roll out.
And we did have a flag on the play, Coach. Our referee, Costello, says that's going to be a hold against Springfield on the return. So the turnover will count for Springfield, but they will bring this ball back as a result of the hold on the return. And John Luceni marking that one at the 43-yard line. So Springfield 1st and 10 inside Waterloo territory at the 43-yard line. 9:52 to go here, first quarter.
Now, if I was Springfield, I'd work on the things that they need to work on as of right now. They tried running up the middle, a little different this year, this game, because they were running against 300-pound defensive tackles. But I think they need to loosen it up a little bit, try some different things, still run the ball and pass, but these are the type of games that you want to settle in quick and be able to see some things.
Springfield now back on the field. Rourke will be in the shotgun. Springfield in their all-black uniforms at home as they send Guerrero in motion right to left. Rourke now rolling out to the near side. He'll fire, get his hips around. It'll be Dylan Shealy on the catch at the 31-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 12 for the Tigers and another first down.
Yeah, that's a good job. He rolled out, squared up his shoulders, but we always told our quarterbacks, if you're going to sprint right or sprint left, what you want to do is you still want to attack that line of scrimmage, keeping your body momentum forward, and then that way you can set your feet. That was a good job.
9:45 left here, first quarter. If you are just joining us here on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600, 7-0 is the Springfield score. Shealy and Guerrero will be the receivers to the far side. Drew Miller to the near side. Rourke will be in the shotgun with Case and Kosick to his right. Again, 1st and 10 on the 31-yard line. Kosick with the carry off the left side. He'll get past 25, 20. He'll bowl his way down to the 19-yard line, and he'll be just short of the first down. Oh, that's Luceni will say over on the far side, that is going to be a first down.
Well, okay, left foot, right foot, we're good. John was there, he's on it.
Now our head linesman, who is fleet of foot. Noah Trogio checking in for the Tigers.
He'll give you $1 for that one.
I will say I've had the opportunity to officiate with some of these guys, and Ed Costello, one of the guys you can learn from, really does a great job. As Rourke will send Trogio in motion left to right. He'll give it to Noah. They'll try to get out to the far side. Past the 20. 15. Flag on the play. 5, 4, 3, and down at the 2-yard line. But as a wise man once said, hold the phone.
We got holding.
And it's going to be a hold against Springfield. So the nice run by Trogio will be wiped out.
Mr. Luceni's having a busy day on that top side.
He may have gotten his attention there talking to him on the field.
Yeah.
He's trying to show off that fantastic game he has.
Yes. I've been a part of that fantastic game.
So they'll repeat first down ball. We move back to the 30-yard line. 9:09 left here, first quarter. Springfield with a 7-0 lead here on week 4 of the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. For all your concrete needs done right, call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013. They don't do just driveways. They do some aesthetic, decorative type thing. Very nice.
Probably stamp a little concrete.
Yep. Rourke now in the shotgun, tight formation. One receiver to the far side. Rourke quickly going to pass this out to Pavlock. Out near the 25-yard line. He'll spin his way down to the 24. It'll be a pickup of 5. It'll be 2nd and 15 now for the Tigers.
Yeah, Landon McLean was right on that, and he about almost spun out of that, but he did a good job bringing him down. Had him low and around the waist, and then he tried to slip him, but he got him.
And I'd have to surmise that by the numbers we look at, that McLean is going to be a name that we're going to say a lot tonight for Waterloo, as Pavlock will check out and Dylan Shealy will come back in for the Tigers. 8:36 as the clock is running. Drew Miller will be the receiver to the near side. Kuboff now will be offset in the backfield. They'll hand it off again. This will be Shealy. Past the 20, down to the 15, and knocked out of bounds at the 14-yard line. A pickup at 15. Be 3rd down now for Springfield.
Dakota Finney was right in that area, and he fought off his block, was able to knock him out of bounds, so they held him from scoring. That was a good run. Had a lot of blockers in front of him. He just ran out of real estate.
One of the really nice things we have now, Coach, here in the end zones are the play clocks, so we can actually see when that happens. Sometimes the officials maybe like to try to give you that extra second or two, but it's a little hard to do with these play clocks. They'll go in the I formation. Kuboff at the fullback position. He'll give it to Kosick off the right side. He'll make his way down to 10, down to the 5, and into the end zone for the Springfield touchdown. 8:16 of the first quarter. It's Kosick on a 16-yard run.
Yeah, they haven't stopped him yet. Springfield with penalties. That's the only thing that's hurt them right now. So they got the machine going.
Springfield's worst enemy has been themselves here, but it's only been the 2 penalties. And so far, I have to say this is kind of what we've expected, but for Springfield, you like to see the execution nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. And again, Waterloo's doing what they can do. If we look on the sidelines, there's not much on that sideline. So they are here. They're fighting hard. I give all the respect in the world for these guys.
So now with the extra point, and it is up and good. So it's 8:16 left here in the first quarter. Springfield jumps out to a 14-0 lead. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week here on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We're back after this.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825 or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
8:16 left here, first quarter. Springfield jumping out to a 14-0 lead over Waterloo. Stick around later on this quarter. We'll bring you the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Of course, I want to remind you this quarter is brought to you by the Youngstown Phantoms. Call 330-747-PUCK. 747-7825 for great seats and an exciting season coming up as Kosick will sail this one down to the 5. It'll go out of bounds. No, it's going to die at the 1-yard line to be picked up at the 5. And return will be knocked out by Trogio right around the 9-yard line.
What a kick. That thing was rolling, and died about the 1.5-yard line. That was great job.
And I think that was McLean on the return. And I think he anticipated it was going to go out of bounds. He was willing to take the flag for it, but it just kind of didn't go anywhere.
Well, that you got to understand that with that oval football, you never know where it's going to bounce, where it's going to roll, and sometimes it just hits and
or in this case where it's not going to go.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere. It rolled a little bit, bounced straight up, and then sat down on about the 1.5. That was pretty good.
Of course, over on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240, Mark Means, Dave Clark have St. Ignatius and the Austintown Fitch Falcons.
That'll be a good game.
Hakens now with the snap. You'll send a man in motion from right to left. He'll pass it out. It's going to be a high pass and a cut at the 25-yard line. He'll make it out to the 35, down at the 37-yard line. And I think that was going to be Bobby Hariff on the reception. And again, that was going to be McLean on the reception. Not a pretty pass, but it really got to where it needed to be.
Oh, yeah, he did. He dropped it in there, but let me tell you what. That was a big, we call those a rainbows, and it took a while to get there.
So 1st and 10 now for Waterloo at their own 36-yard line, 7:50 on a running clock. Haken into shotgun. He'll send McLean in motion. Haken now will take it himself, maybe pick up a yard on the play, and he'll be brought down by a host. Springfield Tigers. It's a little breezy tonight here in Springfield. Temperature perfect, right around 70 degrees. Some clouds in the sky, but I think the threat of rain is gone now, and we should have a great night here on the new installed turf here in Springfield.
Well, I think the football gods said, you know what, we had enough rain this afternoon. We'll cool her down a little bit for you. We're going to give you great football weather. So up to this point, we've had some heat, and now we've got some cool, and everything is good.
It's been a kind of a weird day. It's rained in certain spots and then not in others. As Hakens now will be in the shotgun. You have 3 receivers to the far side. Again, moving left to right on your devices. 2nd and 9 from the Waterloo 37-yard line. Haken now stepping back, firing over the middle. And it's going to be picked off at the Springfield 45. Sean Guerrero with the ball. He'll bring it back to the 45. He'll head towards the Waterloo sideline. He'll go out at the 37-yard line. The second interception of the night for Springfield.
Well, he had a guy over on the flat who was wide open, but he chose to throw it deep, and he threw it into double safety, and it was underthrown, and Mr. Guerrero was right there to snatch that thing and run her back.
6:48 left here, first quarter. Second interception of the night already for Waterloo as the Vikings trail Springfield 14-0. Waterloo making the trip from Atwater, Ohio tonight. We were privileged to go up there last year. Got to sit amongst the Springfield faithful. Had a really good time, to be quite honest.
Yeah, we weren't high up.
No, not at all.
Visitor side.
There
are not a whole lot of stands there, but we made it do.
We definitely got the spectators' view of it. Had a good time with the folks that made the trip from New Middletown out to Atwater.
Yeah, they did have a good. I'd tell you what, they enjoy and we enjoy when we're with them. We laugh, we joke, and they get a kick out of us when we start our stuff. But we have a nice time with the fans here.
Rourke now will be in the shotgun. Double wings now to the left side. Gentile in at the running back position. He'll give it to Dante Gentile. Gentile cut it up, make it past the 35, 30, and down near the 26-yard line. A pickup of 12 for Springfield. That'll be another first down for the Tigers. 6:41 left here first quarter.
Yeah, Landon McLean again, as Jim said, that we were going to hear a lot of these defensive backs making a lot of plays, and so far that's what has happened because the offensive line as Springfield is doing an outstanding job getting to their blocks, holding them, and doubling and getting to them backers.
And they'll go bunch formation to the far side. Kuboff, O'Donnell, and Guerrero. Rourke now rolling out to the near side, setting his feet, fires over the middle, and going to be thrown behind the intended receiver. And it looks like it was going to be Sean Guerrero who slipped on the turf trying to come back for it, but couldn't get there.
Luke Thomas came up from the inside. Nobody picked him up, and he had a lot of heat on Rourke, and he forced that bad throw. So that's a great job by that young man. He saw the opening, he took it, and forced the bad throw.
Pavlock and Miller will check in for Springfield. Guerrero and Sheely will take a breather. 6:15 left here first quarter. Springfield with the 14-0 lead. I formation now as they'll give this one up the middle. Be Gentile again past the 20, 15, 10, 5, and into the end zone for the Springfield Tigers. 6:07 of the first quarter. It's 20-0 Springfield.
Yeah, that's basically all they did was I called it right 34. All they did was block straight up front, big on big, and ran that fullback through, and he looked for the first guy that stepped in there. That was a linebacker. He peeled him to the inside, and running back kicked it off and ran to pay dirt.
Gentile with his second touchdown of the night on the ground, and he's flirting with a 100-yard game already with 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Case and Kosick for the extra point. 15 seconds left on the play clock. Snap is back. Kick is up. And it is good. So with 6:07 left here first quarter, Springfield extends their lead to a score of 21-0. We're going to step aside for a timeout. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We're back after a quick timeout.
Meludic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Meludic_Live. And remember, our fans come first.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
6:07 left here first quarter as we bring you to repair that glass kickoff. Case and Kosick to kick off for the third time. And Kosick doing a lot of kicking tonight, whether it be kickoffs, extra points, even running the ball a little bit here in between. Has scored on a 16-yard touchdown run. Kosick with a good kick. Same style kick as McLean will pick this up at the 8-yard line, bring it out to the 10, 15. He'll work his way back towards the Springfield sideline and down back near the 16 if they give him the progress. It'll be 1st and 10 Waterloo, deep again in their own territory.
That was a good job. That's what you got to do. You got to go down there and you just got to tie him up and get him to the ground, and that's what we got. I'm trying to find a number on that.
Well, so some really strange things. For whatever reason, Kosick's kicks are getting just near the goal line and just stopping.
Yeah, that's a good job. Oh, that's my boy Patrick Fecco. Well, I'll tell you what, he's done a great job in these last few games. He gets down there. He's a feisty little dude.
Coming up here, we'll have the Cleveland Cobras scoreboard update as they start coming in. Aikens now in the shotgun. 2 receivers on the far side, a wing to the right. He'll send McClain in motion. Aikens now taking it upfield, nowhere to go there. May have gotten back to the line of scrimmage, but I believe all but 2 defenders brought him down in the backfield.
Yeah. There was about 9 guys on that bunch. This could be they got to throw the ball. When they threw the ball as well, but he's got to get you could see that they don't throw a very strong football, and that's going to hurt him.
Jaden Haken, the senior quarterback for Waterloo, not wanting to see some of that very tough front 3 for Springfield. They'll now go trip formation to the far side. 2nd and 10 now from the Waterloo 15. Tight end to the right side. Haken now planting his feet, stepping up in the pocket, trying to get some room to run. And it'll be brought down at the 20-yard line to be a pickup of 5. It'll be 3rd and 5 now for the Vikings.
Yeah, Joey Sanafani on that. Made that nice sweet tackle. Filled it up. Brought him down.
I want to remind you, this first quarter is brought to you by the USHL Clark Cup champions, the Youngstown Phantoms. The road to the NHL runs through Youngstown. Great season. Group and individual game tickets are now on sale for the 2023-2024 season. Call 330-747-PUCK, 747-7825, or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Yeah, I just found a vindicator from the next day when they won the championship and brought that in so we could maybe put that in a frame.
I believe that's going to be framed.
Yeah, we got to frame that. That's why I figured we have some stuff going on there, some high school helmets. We have a timeout.
Timeout here in Springfield, so we'll step aside for a quick break. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600. We're going to be back after this.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
4:25 left here, first quarter. Springfield with a 21-0 lead. We jump out to a quick start, and Coach Mickey down there, not only coach this week, but selling 50-50 tickets.
Yeah, I was going to say he's the bodyguard for that. I was selling them. I'm telling you.
Suchko, we call him the mayor of Springfield. As if you are from the area or if you're anywhere near here, you know him. And he loves Springfield football.
Even when I didn't know him, when I was with Cheney and everybody, he was always on. Dana Ballish was always saying, there's Mickey.
Haken now with a receiver to each side. There'll be a tight formation. They'll send a man in motion, left to right. And we're going to get a false start. And I don't think there's any question on this one as Bobby Harif was 7 yards downfield before he realized the offense didn't move.
We had a little bit of Canadian football there. Unfortunately, he wasn't behind the line of scrimmage. He took off in front of the line of scrimmage.
What do they call that in Canada? High motion?
High motion.
High motion.
High motion.
So that will knock him back 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and 10 now for the Vikings. They'll place the ball at the 15-yard line.
And arena football, they do that too.
Well, unfortunately, here in the OHSAA, we don't have high motion.
Oh, I thought that. Okay. They must change that rule when I was
left to right. You cannot go north and south.
You cannot do that.
So, tight formation now for Waterloo. Aikens back to pass, fires over the middle, and he's going to overshoot his intended receiver. That was going to be Matt Ralston, the junior, and he just couldn't get up that high. It's going to bring up 4th down for Waterloo, and the Vikings will have to punt.
Yeah, he had him. He had him open. He just overthrew him. If he puts that ball down where it needed to be, there was nobody around, and he would have caught that right in front of the defender, so that would have been a good job as far as that.
4:20 left here, first quarter, 21-0 lead for Springfield. In a few moments, we'll be bringing you the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update.
Aiden Appel, Sandy's son from... Again, I talked about I worked with her at Children's Service. I'm glad to see he's back. He got a little dinger on this second game. He's coming back now. We'll see how he does.
Had some contact in that first game. And We'll see how he does on the return here. So it looks like Matt Ralston will try to kick it, but it's going to be blocked. A high snap. And it's going to float around the 2-yard line, be picked up and run into the end zone for Springfield. Jake O'Donnell gets into the end zone on the blocked punt. 27-0 is the score, and you can almost see that developing, Coach, that high, slow snap. And that really did not give the punter time, and I believe that was going to be Eric May who was back there to punt.
All right, I've talked about it before, whether you're in a shotgun, whether you're in a punting or you're going to pooch, the problem lies is if that ball is rifled back and hits you in the chest, stuff like that happens, and they got to get it back there because if he's got to wait and that thing took forever to come down, plus he had to jump for it, by then the defenders are on it, and that just was an easy block.
Springfield firing on all cylinders, offense, defense, and special teams as Kosick comes in for the extra point. Guerrero to hold. 4:12 left here in this first quarter. Kosick with the kick, and it is up perfect, and it is good. So with 4:12 left here in this first quarter, Springfield takes a 28-0 lead over the Waterloo Vikings. And while we have an opportunity to start to take a look at some of the scores from around the area on the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Of course, no scores from around the iMedia 1 network as yet, but we'll take a look at Harding taking the 7-0 lead over Akron St. Vincent St. Mary. Beaver Local with a 7-0 lead over East Liverpool. Brookfield, 7-0 over Champion that first quarter. Girard, 7-0 lead over the Struthers Wildcats. Garfield jumps out by 2 touchdowns over LeBray. Valley Christian, 6-0 over Latonia. Coach, Cheney, 7. Marlington, nothing so far. Western Reserve, 7. McDonald, nothing. Newton Falls, 7. Camel, nothing. West Branch with a 6-0 lead over Ridgewood. Boardman with a 7-0 lead over Howland. United leads Columbiana County, 7-0. South Range, 7-0 over Lakeview. South Range still as tough as ever. Crestview, 6-0 over Liberty. Lowville, they have an 8-0 lead over the Matthews Mustangs. And Ursuline, at last report, 8-0 over East. As this kick will head towards the sideline, this time it will go out of bounds for Waterloo, and they will have at least decent starting position with 4:12 left here first quarter.
Yeah, you keep it within the field. Just kick it straight down the field. I don't know why he's trying to kick it to the outside. If they have not had much of a return, kick it to them. Just, cover it because this gives them the opportunity to give them great field position. You talked about Girard. They're talking about Girard really got their stuff together this year. So that'll be really interesting on what they do there. Do we got a Poland score yet?
No score from Poland yet. We have some reporters there that will send us something. But so far, the battle between Canfield and Poland, the Battle of 224. As at last I was told, Poland sold 5,000 tickets for that game. As Hakens now will be in a shotgun. He'll hand off on the jet motion near the Springfield sideline. He'll get to the 35, out to the 36-yard line. It'll be Bobby Harrop on the carry.
That's they were there defensively.
And you can see just from a physical size point, Springfield with an advantage on that. And a little bit lower numbers for Waterloo as we look across the field.
And I believe that was Evan Butler who made that. Looked like 41.
Of course, we're going to see a few new names here tonight. So I was going to we'll see here in a moment. 3:30 as the clock will continue to run, and I believe now Hakens will be in a shotgun. He'll a man in motion, left to right, handed off on the jet motion. Out past the 35, 40, and brought down at the 40-yard line. It'll be third down for Waterloo, and it's going to be a great tackle by Sean Guerrero. Again, 3:09 as the clock continues to run.
Well, they have spurts where they do a good job. Now, they ran the ball there, and they got a little bit outside. They got some good blocking in.
2:56 here as the clock will continue to run. Try to bring you some scores from just down here on 170 at Pavlansky Field as the Pavlansky brothers from Canfield and Poland will face each other again this year. Hand up on the jet motion. He's going to be brought down in the backfield. Aiden Appel not giving him any room to run. Bobby Harrop on the carry. He tried to get some room to get around Appel, but nowhere to go, and that's going to be a loss for Waterloo.
Well, I liked it because he stayed home and he saw what was coming, so he got upfield in the depth of the running back, and that's what he did. I got my girl. She is at the polling game, so I'm trying to get her to send me a score. Her grandson Bryce is in the Canfield band on percussion.
One updated score out of Columbiana County. Canton Central Catholic takes a 3-0 lead over Salem on the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Waterloo to punt. It'll be a little short snap this time, but he'll get it away. It'll be a end-over-end short line drive. It'll go down to the 40, pick up by Appel. And Appel returning to the far side, past midfield to the 40. And he'll be knocked down near the 37-yard line. Springfield will start over in Waterloo territory. 1:37 left here, and we have a flag on the back of the play. And I assume that may be a block in the back by Springfield. Try to get our call from our referee, Ed Costello. And indeed, it will be a block in the back. That'll bring it back, but nonetheless, Springfield will maintain possession.
All right. That was a good return. Again, mistakes like that, can't have it.
And really, in games like this, Coach, I think if you're Coach Guerrero, you want to see those things cleaned up. You're really under no pressure right now, but focusing on the small fundamentals would be, this is an absolute great opportunity to get that fine-tuned.
And again, this is things now that you got a nice score going on, and you're absolutely right, Jim. These are things now you work on, but mistakes like that, that's what used to upset me as a coach, because you should not be making those right now.
Well, I don't know about upsetting you as a coach. It seems to still upset you now. So, I've seen,
yeah, it does. I get a little frustrated.
I've seen you yell at college players, the pros on TV. I think it still does.
Yeah, it does.
It'll be Kosick on the hand up on the right side, and he'll bring it out to the 41-yard line into Waterloo territory. And it's going to be a pickup of, a 12 on the play.
And London McCain, my man must have already probably at least 7 to 10 tackles. He's on a lot of tackles, and that's not good when your corner is playing outside and he's making a lot of tackles on the inside.
Noah Trogio will run the play in from the Springfield sideline. 1:15 left here, first quarter. This quarter brought to you by the Youngstown Phantoms. They will be home for the first time this season. That's September 30th. As I think I've heard there might be a little banner raising, Coach.
Here we go.
Looking forward to that. Rourke in the shotgun now. He'll send Trogio in motion. Rourke will take it himself. And he'll try to stretch out to the 35-yard line. They'll give him the 36. It'll be a pickup of 4. It'll be 2nd and 6 now for the Tigers.
A nice tackle by Austin Hurst. He stayed home and was able to do that. Well, I asked for a score, and I got 10 minutes left in the second quarter, and I didn't get a score.
So we're going to go with no score at this point. Another Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Dave sending this from the Gessler Propane Studio. Niles 3, Hubbard 0. Just want to thank you if you're just joining us. Jim Craven, Bob Gessler with you. Dave Ferris back in the Gessler Propane Studio with the crew. Games all across the iMedia One network tonight. Is over on Western Reserve Radio 2. We have St. Ignatius and Austintown Fitch. As Springfield will take a timeout. We'll keep it right here, Dave. Over on City View Sportscast. Matt Lipsack and Matt Emsch have the Mineral Ridge Rams hosting the Jackson Milton Blue Jays. That should be a better game for Mineral Ridge, who have really been on a tear. They are 3-0 coming into this week, and Coach Shaner really has that program going, Coach.
Yeah, again, we talked about that last week. He does a great job. No matter where he goes, he seems to rebuild a program, and they believe in him, and he does an outstanding job wherever he coaches, and he's really turned that program around. Although they have had some good teams and some good numbers, but he's starting out strong, and that's a good job by him and his staff and the players who are out there who are believing in him, and that's what you got. We've got that update. It is 0-0 at the Poland Canfield game. And at that time, there was probably about 8 minutes left to go in the second quarter.
Poland 3-0 coming into week 4, and they have been outstanding. They have been very tough, running up the score on a lot of teams. Canfield seems to be struggling, but they aren't playing an easy schedule either.
Right.
So again, but when it's that battle of 224, Coach, and you got the Pavlansky brothers on each side of the field, on the field named after their father, that's a great story.
Well, not only that is they hate each other.
Rourke now rolling out, setting his feet, going to fire downfield. He's got Sheely open at the 3. Into the 5-yard touchdown pass. Colton Rourke to Dylan Sheely, and Sheely scores for the 4th consecutive week.
Yeah, there wasn't anybody who looked like within at least 15 yards of him. He got behind. Somebody fell asleep. That safety fell asleep, or he bet on something. They had flooded that zone, and they kind of layered it, and nobody followed deep, and that's just all she wrote there.
Springfield with a 34-0 lead with 3 seconds left here in this first frame. Kosick on for the extra point, and we've talked several weeks about Coach Guerrero using those young players in situations like this to develop the program, and I think we're going to see that again tonight as I see some of the young guys starting to lick their chops a little bit.
Well, this is where you got to weed people in.
Extra point is up and good. So with 3 seconds left here in the first quarter, Springfield takes a 35-0 lead. We'll keep it right here for the Repair That Glass kickoff, and then we'll take you to a break in between quarters here. But again, we talked about some of the great games going on here. St. Ignatius coming down from Cleveland. Austintown Fitch playing an interesting schedule, Coach. I mean, they're backing down from nobody, and Coach Parker doing a great job over there with the Fitch Falcons.
Yeah, they're just like Harding. I mean, they for years were Division I football, so they'll take on whoever they need to. But that's what helps that program. They're a big school, and again, Division II. I don't think there's any Division I schools in our area. Speaking of that, but again, as you said, they don't back down from nobody.
And certainly, if you have not had the opportunity, check out Austintown Fitch Stadium. They rebuilt the visitor side, the press boxes over there. The baseball fields are turf, and it's an absolute beautiful facility.
That's the only thing that I have not seen. I've not gone over there. I do want to get over there and see their facility. Maybe I'll do that during the week. And they're supposed to be building an indoor facility where the grass practice field was, where I brought our Waterloo Vikings a few times and played the Fitch Falcons.
And we're going to have that Repair That Glass kickoff here as Kosick will step up. This time it will be more center downfield, but out to the 10-yard line, back to the 15. That'll be McLean on the return, and he'll be brought down at the 17-yard line. Kickoff was brought to you by Repair That Glass. Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass, offering a full range of automotive glass repairs. For an appointment, call 330-534-3192. That brings us to the end of the first quarter here in New Middletown, Springfield, with a 35-0 lead in Week 4 of the Ohio High School football season. We're going to step aside for a break. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600. The Patriot. We're back after this.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825, or go to youngstownphantoms.com. And follow the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the 3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
Fresh 12 minutes up on the board here. Second quarter in New Middletown, Springfield, with a commanding 35-0 lead in that first frame, Coach. And if you're Coach Devies over on the Waterloo side, it's got to be tough to keep your team mentally engaged in a game like this. I mean, sometimes you understand your circumstances, but from a mental standpoint, it's really tough.
I'll give the kids credit. They do have a couple wins, and that's a good thing for them because it's very difficult. You could lose players so fast. But as a coaching staff, you just got to keep picking it up and picking it up.
Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update from the Gessler Propane studio. Dave Ferris tells us Jackson Milton 7, Mineral Ridge nothing. Mineral Ridge trails for the first time in 2023. Man in motion now left to right for Waterloo. Aiken now trying to get to the outside. They're going to get a block on Gentile, but they're going to leave a crease there. And he's going to be brought down near the line of scrimmage. May have lost a yard on the play. I believe that's going to be Steve Moreland, the 6-foot, 135-pound freshman on the tackle for Springfield.
There you go. Now you got some freshmen going in there. See, this is what I like about Coach Guerrero. When he gets a lead like this, he's going to play his bench. He's going to play the kids that have been out there banging with these dummies. And what I mean by the dummies, they're holding stand-up dummies, and they're taking on pounding by the –
We have all been there, Coach.
We've all been there, believe me. I've been beat up and slammed. I played with a guy in junior high. His name was Ron Calcagney. And let me tell you what, Arkansas quarterback, national champ.
Luke Thomas in the backfield to the right of Haken. Send a man in motion. Back to pass. Fires out to the flat. That's going to be caught near the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Now they'll say incomplete. He dropped it on the sideline. 11:02 left here, second quarter. And you talk about Calcagney, a name to know from the area.
Absolutely. Played with them at
Coach, we have a late flag on the play. Our referee Costello just threw this. We'll see what it's going to be a dead ball foul, personal foul against Waterloo. So there may have, I didn't see anything in terms of physical behavior, but maybe somebody said something they shouldn't.
Yeah, you do not want to do that to those guys in stripes because, you got to understand, the frustration is going to set in, but what have you done now? You shot yourself in the foot, and you keep backing up, and all that's going to do is give Springfield another closer chance to come at you. So I never agreed with that, whether you're winning or losing. That person, I don't care who it would have been, he'd have been standing next to me and would have had a nice fireside chat because I don't agree with that. Don't lose your head.
We'll call it 2nd and 13 now. Ball at the 8-yard line, and at the risk of having Coach throw something at me, I will say our referee Ed Costello and his crew are very fair and very judicious with their penalties. And for something like that to happen, it had to be very distinct and clear.
Yeah, it had to be blatant. Yeah, absolutely.
They usually don't throw the questionable ones, but Haken's now in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the far side, a wing to the left. Send a man in motion, left to right. High snap. Haken trying to get around her, almost brought down in the backfield. He'll bring the ball out to the 10. He'll make a cut out to the 15, 20. He'll drive his way down to the 25, carrying some Springfield Tigers, and he'll be brought down near the 35-yard line. And a 27-yard gain. Sean Guerrero came out of the pile with the ball, but they're going to say he was down. An outstanding run by the Waterloo quarterback, Jaden Hagen, the senior.
He got hit, I'm going to say, what do you think, Jim, about 10-yard line or so? And he just kept running, and there was a scrum like you wouldn't believe.
It looked like a rugby scrum.
It did. It looked like a rugby. And I'll tell you what, they pushed that pile at least 11 yards after he was hit. So that's a good job by that young man. He was just determined, but this is what you got to do. You can't worry about score right now. You just got to do your football, and now you got to get better with yourself. You've won some games here. Forget about the score. Just go in there and worry about yourselves and making things right.
Twin receivers now to the far side for Waterloo. Going to be 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line. Haken in the shotgun. He'll send McLean in motion. There was some motion there, and there's the flag there as they'll stop. Waterloo will be flagged for the false start, and it'll be 1st and 15 now from the 30-yard line.
Yeah, their timing was off on something. I don't know if he changed the count up or something, which it would be smart to go on the quick count or whatever. But definitely there was some timing that was way off on that.
Well, and certainly, Coach, with an offense like this where there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of timing in this, that's something that could compensate maybe for the lack of size, even the lack of speed, if you can get the execution.
Yeah, that's the thing is, if you can get, when you don't have that much, if you could really buckle down and you have a lot of misdirections and stuff, that could help you, absolutely. Because you don't have 50 guys standing behind you on the sidelines.
And stick around again. We'll be going to the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. 9:36 left here, second quarter. Springfield with a 35-0 lead. Haken in the shotgun. Send a man in motion. Aiken will take it himself. Be brought down in the backfield. Kosick will bring him down at the 25. And it'll be a loss of 5 more. It'll be 2nd and 20 for Waterloo.
Somebody either missed a block or Kaysen just absolutely blew through his man because he was shot out of a cannon. There was no way at the handoff that young man was going anywhere. It just that looked ugly from the beginning.
I would say it was a combination of what you just said, Coach. A missed block and maybe Kosick just being too quick for him.
Yeah.
He came through untouched. 9 minutes left here on the running clock here in the second quarter. We have not gone into a running clock officially. That will come in the second half unless both coaches agree to it. I don't know if that's been the case here, as McLean will be the receiver to the far side now. Hicken in the shotgun. Bobby Harif will be the receiver to the near side. Harif will go in motion from left to right. They'll give it to Harif. Harif stepping back on the pass. He tries to throw it away, and it's going to be incomplete. Pass was intended for Luke Thomas, and Harif was under all kinds of pressure.
Yeah, they try a little razzle-dazzle with that. I think they were looking for a throwback, but unfortunately he was running for his life because you gotta be able to block up front to be able to go. If you're going to do like a reverse like that, reverse pass, you just have to have a little bit of time, and they were on that quickly.
Clock stopped at 8:33. Left here second quarter. Springfield 35, Waterloo nothing. We'll go get you to the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update here. Beaver Local 22, East Liverpool nothing. Cardinal Mooney taking an 8-0 lead over Clyde. Clyde, a perennial playoff program. Aiken now rolling out to the far side. Looking outfield, he'll take it himself. Past the 25 and near the 28-yard line. And pick up a 3. It'll be 4th and 16, and Waterloo will have to go to the punt. Coach, let's take a look at some more of these scores here. Lisbon and East Palestine all tied up at 7. Lisbon, a program that you are familiar with as well.
Yep. Was down there with Coach Alan Mikovich and those guys and Rich Joy. And we had a good time. I tell you what was fun. And it just, you try to build a program, and unfortunately we did the best we could.
Strother still trails Girard by a score of 7-0. Good snap this time for Waterloo. It'll get this one away. It's going to be a high punt. And we'll reach at the 44-yard line. It'll be fair caught by Aiden Appel. I'll actually give him the 44 there, so it'll be 1st and 10 for Springfield. 7:48 left here in this second quarter. And, Coach, I think we're going to start to see a few new names coming in on the offense, although I do see Colt Rohrer coming out here. If you're at 7:48 into the second quarter, do you continue to let your starting offense get a little bit of work, maybe work on some things that you want to do later on, or is this a point where you say, you know what, enough's enough?
Well, I would probably leave my quarterback in there and maybe do some receivers, maybe 1 or 2. I think that work needs to work on some of the small passes, the short passes, some of that. I don't see a lot of change up front. It looks like the same guys are up there. So I think he's just going to keep him in to get maybe a little bit of different plays in and take some looks.
Work in the shotgun. We'll give it to Senafani. Senafani will get past the line of scrimmage, pick up 2 or 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down now for Springfield. 7:36 on a running clock. Coach, over at Mineral Ridge, the Rams get on the board. It's all tied up at 7 with Jackson Milton.
There we go. And I've been looking in the paper when they have the player of the week, and that Jackson Milton quarterback, I guess he's doing a great job. He's throwing all over the place. So
also on the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update, Canfield just missed a 37-yard field goal. If we understand correctly, it is still knotted up at 0. Rourke now under center, 1 receiver to each side. He'll hand it off up the middle. It'll be a spin by Senafani. He'll get past the midfield stripe, get to the 49-yard line, be a pickup of 3 for Springfield. They'll make it into Waterloo territory.
And this is what I was talking about, is trying some things and getting a look. Because last week they could not run up the middle and off tackle, and that's exactly where they've tried twice. Again, they've gotten 6 yards on 2 carries, but they need to work on it.
Last changes here for Springfield as Sheely, Guerrero, and company will check in for the Tigers. Clock will continue to run 6.5 minutes. Here on Western Reserve Radio, WRQX AM 600 to Patriot. Jim Craven with you along with Coach Bob Gessler. Dave Ferris back pushing the buttons in Struthers. Rourke now rolling out to the near side, looking for Sheely. He's going to catch this on the comeback, and they'll give him the 36-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 13, and not a bad pitch and catch from Rourke to Sheely.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sheely dug that out of the ground. He caught it. Don't get me wrong what I'm saying, but that's how low and outside it was. That was close.
And certainly nobody else was going to catch that but Dylan Sheely. And Drew Miller will check in for Springfield. And as we start to see some of the newer names now, Evan Miracle will check in, the 5'6", 167-pound sophomore. High formation, as Miracle will be the fullback. He'll hand it off to Senefani again. He'll try to make it around his old man. Flag on the play coming in from the near sideline. It's going to be a hold against Springfield. So we'll have first down over. It'll be 1st and 20 at the 46-yard line. Again, these are some of the things such as that has hurt Springfield, especially in the close game with Geneva. So, I asked you about taking them out early. Maybe you do let them go a little bit longer. See if you can get a solid drive.
Exactly, and this is what I mean. See, shooting themselves in the foot. He took a couple looks at some stuff to off tackle that they weren't real successful with up there at Geneva. So he's tried a few things. Again, 3-4 yards. Okay, I'm good with that. But then you make a mistake like this. This is what you got to work on. You got to stop shooting yourself in the foot.
Work under center. Two off at the fullback. They'll hand off Senefani. Senefani finding some room past the 40. Inside the 40, and he'll fight his way down to the 37-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 9. It'll be now 3rd and 11 for Springfield. We have a couple of Waterloo players down, shaken up on the play. Looks like one is going to get up. That's going to be Austin Hurst, the junior. He'll make his way towards the sideline on his own. They'll have one more player down on the field as he gets up a little bit slow, but they have gotten the wind knocked out of him. 5:13 left here, second quarter. Springfield with a 35-0 lead. We will get some updated scores again from around the area on the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Thank you to Jesse Caldwell and the Cobras. We spent a lot of time with them in the spring and summertime up there at Lakewood. Harding still with a 7-0 lead over Akron St. Vincent St. Mary. Brookfield still leading champion 7-0. Cardinal Mooney still with an 8-0 lead over Clyde. Garfield 21. The G-Men over LeBray 21-0. Cheney, they extend their lead over Marlington by a score of 14-0. A lot of expectation out of Cheney this year, Coach. Some of the talent they have on there, you certainly believe they're going to be in that top 16 come the end of October.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay. It's they got to play some. They got to get a hold of Ursuline yet and play them. So there's going to be some teams that they're going to have to take a look at.
Certainly.
It's going to be a test for them.
Yeah, certainly. Ursuline will be that test. As we have twin receivers on the far side now, 2nd and 12 from the Waterloo 39-yard line. Rourke pump faking, fires down the sideline, and nearly picked off. Don't know if it was caught. It's going to be caught at the 20-yard line. Sean Guerrero somehow caught that in double coverage. And they're going to say they'll actually give him the 19-yard line, and that'll be a pickup of 20. First down for Springfield, but an amazing pass. Just placed, I guess, as perfect as could have been.
Yeah, it had to be out low and outside, and that's where he put it, and he stayed in bounds. John Luceni's over there, the official. He was right down there looking down the line, so he called it a good catch.
I don't know if John was right there, but he'll get there.
Well, as fast as he could.
Learned a lot from John Luceni. He's an official. He is one of the best in the area. As Rourke now under center. He'll hand us off to Senefani. Senefani off the left side. We'll get down to the 15-yard line to be a pickup of 4 for Springfield. Second down now for the Tigers. 4:11 left on this running clock.
Well, John's been doing it for, what, 400 years? I think they had leather helmets, or maybe he was doing it without helmets.
Well, if he was doing that, what were you doing?
Never mind.
All right, that football game at the first Thanksgiving, huh, Coach?
I told you. I only had 12 guys. John, Paul, Cosmas, and Damien were some of them.
Okay, we'll go back to the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Ursuline 29, Youngstown East 0. The Golden Bears continue to struggle. Ursuline put it together there on the north side of Youngstown. Rourke now taking the ball out to the far side. trying to avoid some tackles. He'll get down to the 12. Be a pickup of 3 for Springfield. 3:15 on the clock.
Jaden Hackett on that one. That was pretty good job on that.
Yeah, they strung that out pretty well, trying to get it to the sideline. And Rurik is 6'3", so sometimes it's hard to keep him from reaching forward and getting that yard or two.
Yeah, and he's a load. I mean, he's not a thin, one of them stick quarterbacks. He's got some beef behind him. So.
Yep, 6'3", 200 pounds. He's a senior this year. A lot of tools to work with that young man, as Pavlak will be the receiver to the far side. Sheely and Guerrero, the receivers to the near side. Senafani will be in the backfield to the left of Rurik. They'll send, Guerrero right to left. Rurik now rolling out. Going to fire into the flats. Complete to Sean Guerrero. He'll get the ball down to the 5 and near the 4-yard line. Clock will stop long enough to set the down marker now. It'll be 1st and goal for Springfield. And from our angle, looks like the 4-yard line, 2:25 left here, second quarter.
Well, when he went across the formation and went into motion, I would have thrown all day to him because the safety never shifted out or never went out with him. He just stood there. So that was going to be a 4, 5, 6-yard gain because he had to make up all that ground, and he ran it out. So for that safety to come all the way across, I mean, he should have shifted over.
Springfield with a 35-0 lead, high formation. They hand off to Senafani. Senafani into the end zone on a 4-yard touchdown run. 1:55 left here in the first half. $41-0 is the score in favor of the Springfield Tigers.
I want to see some other numbers in there in the second half. I'm sure Coach may come out one series, as I used to do, just put the starters in for one series, and then whatever happens after that, start weeding them in because, let's face it, let's not embarrass anybody.
Take a look at the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update right after this field goal. Some updates coming from the Gessler Propane studio. Drew Miller will hold this time. Kick is up, and it is good. So with 1:55 left here in this half, Springfield extends their lead to 42-0. And from Dave Ferris back in the Gessler Propane studio, Mineral Ridge takes the lead 13-7 over Jackson Milton. That with 1:52 left in the second quarter, just about where we are as well. And just got a report in from Poland, just with about 4 minutes left before the half. Poland and Canfield are all stalemated at 0. Again, Canfield missing a field goal here. I'll try to get you some more scores from around the area. Our game here is 42-0. Springfield. You're listening to Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. As we'll have the Prepare That Glass kickoff by Case and Kosick. And then right after that, we will go to a station identification. And Dave, on cue, sends me ID.
He's on the ball, that Ferris.
We spend so much time together. I swear that...
Don't say it.
We can read each other's minds.
Oh, Lord. Well, if he'd have read my mind last week, I know what I would have had for dinner.
And we will talk a lot about that in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Kosick will kick this one down to the 10-yard line. Turned out to the 15. That'll be McLean out to the 20. He'll be brought down near the 24-yard line. Flag's going to come in. This one may be a face mask if I saw that correctly.
That's the official in you. As soon as he threw it out, you knew what that was.
And indeed, that will be a face mask. And, there's some scenarios you look at and you go, you know what? I better keep an eye on this.
Yeah, that has to be.
And I know from time to time, well, no. I'm going to correct myself. All the time, the coaches will say, keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on that.
Oh, I never yelled at the official. Always just suggested. That gets you more.
I will absolutely, I don't know if I can agree with that.
You never did my games.
I did. I did a ninth grade game at Struthers.
At Struthers.
Yes.
Okay.
That was before you had the fortunate opportunity to just spend so much time with me. And I was warned about you.
Oh, they all warn you.
I believe guy named Tim Roddy told me. He said, he's going to give you a hard time, but he's a great guy.
He lied.
Taking now, double wing formation. He'll hand off them clean on the jet motion. He'll try to work his way near the 38-yard line, maybe down to the 39. And a pickup of a couple yards. It'd be second down, 1:35 left here in the half.
I'll tell you what, Waterloo is not giving up. I mean, they're running their offense. They're not doing anything other than that one trick play to try to bottle the defense up. But right now, I mean, they're just running their offense and doing what we got to do.
1:18 left here, second quarter. We're going to step aside for a station ID. You're listening to Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot.
WRQX, Salem, Youngstown, Warren. We are AM 600, The Patriot, a Cumulus media station.
And he's going to be hit unceremoniously at the 39-yard line. Actually, they're going to give him credit to the 40-yard line, so he'll get it back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He got there. I mean, he gave him about a half yard, but he was there.
They kind of run a little bit high, Coach, there. Makes you a little bit nervous when they take the shots like that.
Yeah, he's got to learn that once he starts getting near the line of scrimmage, he's got to lower the pads and square them up and go, because running high like that, all it's going to do is bend you backwards.
22 seconds left here in the first half. Akins now, quick pass out to the near side. He'll complete that at the 40-yard line and out to the 42-yard line, where we will most likely end this half. Eric May on the reception. I think everybody's going to be content to head back to the locker room. With Springfield taking a 42-0 lead here in a dominant first half over the Waterloo Vikings. We're going to step aside for a break. When we come back, we'll give you the scoring recap. Give you some more scores from around the area on the Cleveland Cobras scoreboard update, all that and much more here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We're back after this.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the 4-4-2. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. Real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
Halftime here in New Middletown. The Springfield Tigers with a 42-0 lead over the Waterloo Vikings. Take a look at the scoring recap and how we got here. On the first play from scrimmage, Dante Gentile would go 71 yards for the Springfield touchdown. And at 8:16, Kosick would go 16 yards into the end zone on a run for the Tigers. And just a couple minutes later, Dante Gentile would strike again on a 27-yard touchdown run. At 4:12 of the first quarter, Jake O'Donnell would pick a ball up on a blocked punt, and he would take it into the end zone. That ball was at the 15-yard line. He picked it up at the 2, brought it in, and O'Donnell adds a touchdown for Springfield. And with 3 seconds left in the first quarter, Dylan Shealy, he was the recipient of a 35-yard touchdown pass from Colt Rurik. And to round it out, in the second quarter, it was Senefani. He would go 4 yards into the end zone for Springfield. And that brings us to a 42-0 score in favor of the Springfield Tigers. And, Coach, again, we talked about trying to keep your players engaged and things that maybe you can do at some point. And you can call this a learning experience, call it what you will. But, again, this is one of the toughest coaching jobs that you will do.
Yeah, it's like I said, I've been there. It's difficult. You just got to work on the positive. You got to explain to them, hey, we don't care what the score is right now. 0-0, you come out in the third quarter, let's do something now. Let's take the ball down the field to score. Let's start doing some positive things. Do what we have done well, what they have done in the score because they've won some games. Okay, how did you get those wins? Let's go back to that.
Waterloo Marching Band out on the field entertaining the home side here. Another capacity crowd at Springfield here on this beautiful September evening in New Middletown. We'll take a look at more scores on the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. And it's Warren Harding and Akron Vincent St. Mary all tied up at 7. That's last reported in the second quarter. Beaver Local, they extend their lead over East Liverpool by a score of 29-0. Brookfield, they add on another touchdown. It's 14-0 over Champion. Cardinal Mooney leads Clyde by a score of 8-6. Clyde puts up a touchdown there in the second quarter. Lisbon 14, East Palestine 7. Girard, the Indians, they have a 14-0 lead over the Struthers Wildcats. Garfield with a 21-0 lead over LeBray. Valley Christian, they break loose in the second quarter. It's 24-0 Eagles over Leetonia. Cheney with a 14-0 lead over Marlington. Western Reserve, the Blue Devils, they have a 20-7 lead over McDonald. Coach, the Blue Devils.
Okay.
Camel 14, Newton Falls 7. The Warren JFK Perkins game was canceled for this evening. West Branch, they're looking to bounce back. They have a 12-7 lead over Ridgewood. Southern, the Indians, they have a 15-0 lead over Wellsville. Urban 14-6 over Howland. Canton Central Catholic 14, Salem nothing. Columbiana Trails United by a score of 10-0. Over on the PA side, a team we saw last week or listened to last week right here on the iMedia One network. Farrell leads Grove City 7-0. Of course, Farrell getting the 24-17 win over Harding last Friday. That game, of course, you heard right here on the iMedia One network with Mark Means, Dave Clark, and Mark Means. I just like saying that, Coach.
You too. I'm telling you, love that.
Sharon 6, Hickory nothing. South Range. And I don't know if the score is updated, but it would be surprising if this was still the score right now. It's 14-7 South Range. And the Raiders have been high-powered all season long here, so we'll have to see if we can get an update there, Coach. We wondered what was going to happen to South Range after graduation. Essentially a new head coach, lost a lot of good seniors, but they don't seem to have missed a step.
No, absolutely not. But, they had a good bunch and a new nucleus there. So, obviously, as we said, they did not skip a beat. So they're doing an outstanding job over there.
The Liberty Leopards, they have a 14-6 lead over Crestview. Liberty leading the game last week. They end up losing that game, but a hard-fought one for Coach Joe Simon and the Leopards last week. Lowville, 21-0 over Matthews. Niles, 24. Hubbard, 0. I don't know if that's correct, and I know a couple of guys from Hubbard that are not going to be happy with that. And I believe... You got the update on Poland and Canfield? Is that
3-0?
Okay, so at the end of the first half, Poland puts up a field goal. They take the 3-0 lead over Canfield in the Battle of 224. And Ursuline continues to plug away at the Youngstown East High Golden Bears. It is Ursuline 32 Youngstown East 0. We're going to step aside for another break. When we come back, we will take you to the President's Athletic Conference report, the PAC report with Commissioner Joe Underko. That and so much more here on the Halftime Show. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 to Patriot. We're back after this.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Mahoning Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Mahoning_live. And remember, our fans come first. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 to the Patriot.
Welcome to the PAC Football Report, covering games on September 9th. I'm Joe Onderko. This week, we will take a quick look back at the opening weekend of the 2023 season in the President's Athletic Conference, while also previewing Week 2 contests this Saturday. The opening weekend of PAC action saw two-time conference champion Carnegie Mellon take its first step toward a third league crown with a 31-0 road blanking of Geneva. A battle of PAC heavyweights saw Grove City win a defensive struggle over Westminster 17-7. The game of the week was in Waynesburg, where a TD reception on 3rd and 15 in overtime lifted Allegheny over the host Yellow Jackets 39-36. Finally, Washington and Jefferson and Case Western Reserve also opened the campaign with shutout road wins, with the Presidents rolling past St. Vincent 51-0 and the Spartans posting a 14-0 blanking at Teal. Bethany had the opening weekend off. PAC Player of the Week honors for Week 1 went to senior wideout Declan O'Brien from Allegheny on offense, sophomore linebacker Ben Bladel of Grove City on defense, and W&J senior kicker punter Ricky Hunter on special teams. Earning PAC Newcomer of the Week laurels was Waynesburg freshman wideout kick returner Xavier Nelson. Week 2 features 5 conference matchups, all kicking off at 1 p.m., with Case Western Reserve having the weekend off. 1-0 Carnegie Mellon looks for its 19th consecutive regular season win as the Tartans host 0-1 St. Vincent in their home opener at Gesling Stadium in Pittsburgh. CMU holds a 9-5-1 all-time advantage in games against the Bearcats, including a 30-12 win in Latrobe in 2022. Second-year Tartan mentor Ryan Larson talks about his team having targets on their back every week due to their recent success.
Yeah, I don't think it changes our attitude. To us, it still really is about our execution, our preparation, and what we're doing to prepare ourselves to be our best each week. We recognize and respect that everyone's going to give us their best, as they should. Why wouldn't? The game should be played that way.
After having a bye week during the opening weekend, Bethany opens its 2023 campaign at home at Bison Stadium, hosting local rival 1-0 Washington and Jefferson. It's the 99th meeting between the programs in a series dominated by the Presidents, who lead 77-21 all-time and have won 8 straight over the Bison, including a 50-7 win in Washington a year ago. Second-year Bethany head coach Brandon Robinson discusses how his program used the early bye to better prepare their young squad for the campaign.
The fact that we have so many young guys, so many first-year guys, we took it as an opportunity to basically have a dry run of a game week, just everything from that timing without actually having to play the game on Saturday. So I think it was a huge benefit with a bunch of young guys just being able to go through a week and get a little bit of a rhythm and a routine down.
Coming off a heartbreaking home loss to Allegheny last week, 0-1 Waynesburg remains home, hosting 1-0 Grove City at Wiley Stadium. It's the 59th all-time meeting in the series between the Presbyterian schools dating back to 1903. The Wolverines have won the last 4 games against the Yellow Jackets, including a 38-0 blanking in Grove City a year ago. Second-year Waynesburg head coach Cornelius Coleman saw plenty of positives for his program in the opener, despite the narrow defeat.
The notion that they understand how tough it is on any given Saturday to win, and that they can still put together a sense of resilient effort, and the notion to put us in place to try to win when the clocks hit 0, that's all that we honestly can ask for right now.
In other Week 2 action, 0-1 Geneva travels to Meadville to face 1-0 Allegheny at Fuhrer Field. It's the 45th all-time meeting in a series led by Geneva 23-17-4, including a 35-21 GT victory in Beaver Falls last season. Finally, 0-1 Teal travels to New Wilmington to face 0-1 Westminster at Bury Stadium. The teams will be meeting for the 80th time dating back to 1894. Westminster has won the last 6 matchups, with the last Tomcat Gridiron win against the Titans being a 45-37 4-overtime classic in 2013. That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Please log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org all season long for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other league information. You can follow us on social media via Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Onderco. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
Just about 5 minutes left here in our halftime show. Springfield with a 42-0 lead over the Waterloo Vikings, and we continue with the Cleveland Cobras scoreboard update from around the valley. A lot of great matchups tonight. There were a couple games last night. One over on the PA side as Sharpsville, they get the win over Reynolds by a score of 62-20. Sebring, an 8-man football coach. We were all just talking about this with Dave. They get the 40-14 win over Valley Christian, and a win for Sebring, but I'm sure a learning experience for Valley Christian is a lot of plays are built around blocking schemes. Well, if you take away a couple linemen, what do you do here?
Yeah, I mean, it would be different because we looked at the alignment. So it's a center, 2 tackles, and then you have a tight end, 2 wide receivers, quarterback, running back.
Yeah, and certainly it is more popular out in the further west of us, where there are lower populations. And 8-man sometimes is just as big as the 11-man football here.
Well, I want to tell you something, and I hate to say it, being a coach for as many years. If teams diminish as we see them and they start dwindling down, such as a Waterloo, you may see them up in that league with them because this is just tough. This is brutal to keep your team in it that gets beat as bad as it does. So maybe you ought to look elsewhere if it continues. Now, you never know what could happen. Pick up and everything could be good.
And certainly And I think you make a fantastic point for these smaller school districts who have trouble fielding an 11-man team. That is an option for them to keep a football program, but maybe modify it to where you don't have to have a 40-man roster to compete in any certain division or even into the playoffs.
Well, they talked about West Branch and Sebring combining, and they just didn't want to hear it. Kids said, no, this is our school. There's got to be something. We don't want to lose our football team. And the district made a good decision, and I think that was a smart decision because they just don't have the players that are coming out. And I'll tell you what, it's being successful for them.
It's certainly really the only drawback that we've seen in the 8-man realm of football is the travel for Sebring, because right now that there are not a lot of 8-man teams in our region.
Right, and that's the chance you have to take with that, but I'm okay with that. I wouldn't mind the travel. You're going to get into a bus and you got to go. I mean, it's either that or combine or stop football, and this is your alternative. And as other teams see that they can't compete or get the kids out, that might be the best alternative for them. See, that league might start forming a little bit.
Well, you certainly think of Sebring. You think of him as maybe the pioneer for this, as people sit back and watch as that develops in the 8-man realm. Just about 2 minutes left here in that half. Springfield Tiger Marching Band on the field, entertaining the home side, doing a fantastic job. And we will take a look at the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update from around the valley. And these are all last reported here in the second quarter at the half. Harding and Akron Vincent St. Mary all tied up at 7. However, I believe we're getting another report in on that. And indeed, we are. Akron St. Vincent St. Mary 21, Warren Harding 7. Beaver Local with a 29-10 lead over East Liverpool. Brookfield leads champion 26-0. Clyde and Cardinal Mooney in a close one. Mooney leads that one by a score of 8-6. Lisbon 14, East Palestine 7. Struthers, they add another touchdown. It's 21-14 Girard, though. Garfield, the G-Men, 21-0 over LeBray, the aforementioned Valley Christian varsity team. And again, when I talked about the 8-man team, that was the JV team. As Valley Christian plays tonight, they have a 24-0 lead over Latonia. Coaches Cheney Cowboys, 14-0 over Marlington. That game being played out in the Alliance area. And Coach, another one of those beautiful campuses out there that we've gotten to see.
Mm-hmm.
Western Reserve over McDonald, 20-7. Camel Newton Falls all tied up at 14 at the half. West Branch still with a 12-7 lead over Ridgewood. The Southern Indians, 15. Wellsville Tigers, 7. Boardman, 17. Howland, 6. Canton Central Catholic shutting out Salem at the half by a score of 20-0. United Eagles take a 10-3 lead over Columbiana. Farrell 13, Grove City nothing. That last reported in the second quarter. Sharon with a 6-0 lead over Hickory. South Range and Lakeview. Again, I got to believe that one hasn't been updated yet. It's still showing 14-7 South Range.
Yeah.
Liberty 14, Crestview 6. Lowville 21-0 over Matthews. Over on Cityview with Matt Lipsack and Matt Emsch. Mineral Ridge goes into the half with a 13-7 lead over Jackson Milton. Niles, everything's going their way tonight, apparently. They have a 27-0 lead over the Hubbard Eagles. At the half, Poland 3, Canfield nothing in that rivalry. It's an all Pavlansky night in Poland as the Pavlansky brothers, head coaches of their respective teams, take on each other on Pavlansky Field, right at the corner of Dobbins and 170. So a great story actually in the Valley. And last we heard, they were trying to buy tickets right around 2 or 3 o'clock today, and they were told they sold about 5,000. So that tells you what kind of rivalry that is. Rivalry, right, Coach?
It's hard to say that, I guess.
And this was a game, Coach, that they weren't going to play for a couple of years. Actually missed 1 year. Of course, COVID became an issue.
Yeah.
But you see how important it is to both sides of that when you get 5,000 people out in a game such as that.
Well, and as I say, Poland hates Canfield. Canfield hates Poland. But then you get the mix of the brothers in. And, that's happened to me when I was with the Cheney affiliate with Volney and the freshman team at Cheney. And my brother Jeff was the head coach of the freshman team at Fitch. And I told my players, I happened to be at Boardman one year, too, when we were going in to play him, and I said I never lost to my brother. And it fired up the kids. I mean, it was exciting for them. I said, this isn't about Gessler against Gessler. This is about, Boardman football against Fitch, and I want you guys to play your hearts out for that. And that has been the only time I was ever carried off a football field in 45 years.
Well, no, you were carried off once before, but that was me trying to get you away from the officials. I mean, if you really want to put it in context, Coach, I mean, it's the second time you were carried off the field.
All I know is I was out there, John, and somebody picked me up and carried me and had to explain things to me.
About a minute left here in halftime. We'll have a warm-up period here, so we're going to step aside for our last break here at the half. When we come back, we'll have the Repair That Glass kickoff of the second half here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We are back after this.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the 5-Point Football League Championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, go to ClevelandCobrasFootball.com, Facebook at Cleveland. Cobras football.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825, or go to youngstownphantoms.com. Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
Kick on its way down to the 15-yard line. It'll be brought out to the 20 and 25-yard line, and then will be brought down there on the return by Waterloo. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Vikings at their own 26-yard line. 11:23 left here in this third quarter. And, Coach, we go to a running clock.
Yes.
Based on OHSA rules, it is a 30-point differential, and this one will be over soon.
Well, I just wanted, on that kickoff, he got blasted by, number 12, Cash Richardson. Boy, he laid the wood to him. So there's the young man we haven't called and got his shot, and he produced.
Bacon's now going to take the ball off the right side, pick up a couple of yards on the play. It'll be second down for Waterloo. And again, as we mentioned at the Repair That Glass kickoff, we will be in a running clock here unless for some reason or somehow the 30-point differential evaporates. But it is 42-0 Springfield right now, and that kickoff was brought to you by Repair That Glass. Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass, offering a full range of automotive glass repairs. For an appointment, call 330-534-3192.
Okay.
All right. And that's how it goes. Second and 9 from the 27-yard line, 10-13, third quarter. Handoff in the backfield and nowhere to go as DeTilio makes contact in the back. Springfield said they had the ball, but the officials are going to say that his momentum had stopped. And I would have to agree with John Luceni over there. The
safety
forward progress absolutely stopped.
Speaking of football, If you listened to Thursday Night Football last night, you would have thought that those guys were just going to say, okay, Kansas City won and got Chris Collinsworth. It just drives me crazy. He's so pro Kansas City, and of course, even the commercials. And I'll pick this up after this play.
And we're all in trouble, folks. Hagan now in a shotgun. They'll send a man in motion, left to right. Hagan back to pass under pressure. He's going to be brought down. Ball's loose on the turf. And I believe Springfield jumped on it right around the 21. And indeed, it is going to be Springfield's ball. And it looked like that's going to be Tom Shealy on the recovery, the 5'9", 252-pound junior. And Springfield with their third turnover of the night. They had 2 interceptions in the first half. And Springfield will send out, I thought they were going to send out their first team offense to start the third quarter. But we're still kind of organizing things there on the sideline as Coach Guerrero may want to start his first team for this first drive and then maybe call it a night.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. But how about that? Detroit, they looked absolutely great. I mean, they battled with Kansas City. Yeah, they had a couple players, but I'll tell you what, I was very impressed with that.
And I'll tell you saw the toughness last year for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
And you kind of saw the culmination of the work last night. They came into Kansas City, and certainly they weren't taking anything from anybody. His work now in a shotgun. He'll give it to Gentile. Gentile making it past the 20-yard line. He'll break 2-3 tackles, drag some Waterloo players. He'll get down to the 15. A pickup of 8, but only 8 yards, but it was a dynamic run for Dante Gentile.
Yeah, he kept them Pistons going, baby. And I'll tell you what, he broke loose from 2 guys, and then another 2 guys grabbed him. So, he wanted it bad. He wanted that score.
Dylan Shealy will check in. Hayden Pavlock will go to the sideline. 8-12 on a running clock. We'll continue that running clock for the remainder of the game. First team offense still in for Springfield. Drew Miller now the receiver to the near side. Gentile to the right of Pavlock. They'll send Shealy in motion. Rurick going to take it himself. Past the 10, down to the 5, inside the 5, and down to the 4-yard line. Pickup of 11. It's going to be first and goal for Springfield with just about 7:48 left.
Yeah, I think after the score, he's going to do there'll be whole house changes. This was a good thing. This is what I always did, right or wrong. Put your first team in. Here's your one opportunity offense. If we get the ball, you go down and score. That's it. Take your pads off because you're done for the day. And that's a good thing because now your 2s or your backups, however, are going to get some playing time, and that's what they need.
Certainly that's how Coach Guerrero has developed this team over the years. Rourke now in the shotgun. We'll get to Kuboff on the jet motion, and he'll get into the end zone. Wyatt Kuboff on a 4-yard touchdown run. That coming at 7:09 of the third quarter. Springfield capitalizes on the Waterloo turnover.
Yeah, that was he was going outside with that, and then he saw the alley open up, and again, he planted his foot and then just found the hole, and he basically walked right in. So good job by the offensive line. They got Waterloo on their heels, that's all. And
we can call that a clean drive. They capitalized on it. And again, I think you're right, though, at this point. Maybe it's time to say, okay, that's the end of the night. Yeah. We're going to work on some things with some other players, and this is a great opportunity. As Springfield will attempt the extra point, try to make it 49-0. Snap is back, kick is up, and it is true. So 6:22 left here in this game, and the clock will stop for a change of possession. We'll keep it right here, Coach, and we'll talk about some of the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard updates from around the area. And again, not a whole lot of changes from around the area. More interested in the Poland-Canfield game, see if we can get something from over there. And I'm sure Dave is digging around on that. As he's probably not real happy about that Hubbard score right now. So this will give him something to do, distract him. Brookfield takes a 26-0 lead over Champion. Of course, Springfield got the 42-7 win over them a couple of weeks ago. Cardinal Mooney and Clyde still in a close game, 8-6 Cardinals. Garfield, they extend their lead over LeBray, 35-7. Valley Christian, 24. Letonia, nothing. Camel and Newton Falls still all tied up at 14 as Kosick gets ready for the repair that glass kickoff here. 6:20 as the clock will continue to run now. And it's going to be a high kick down the middle, picked up at the 18-yard line, brought out to the 25, 20, past the 30 and down to the 33-yard line, and that's where Waterloo will take over on this running clock, just under 6 minutes.
That was good coverage.
And certainly you can't make a whole lot of changes on the special teams there, Coach, because as we've seen, it's different levels. It is chaos on the special teams. Sometimes guys get a little complacent.
Yeah. It was Josh Velasco on that tackle. Go down. That's a good job.
We may have had a few guys that forgot to come in on those.
Yeah. I see some new stuff out there.
It'll be Hakens now in the shotgun. Twin receivers on the near side. He'll send a man in motion from right to left. That'll be McLean. Hakens will take it up himself, up the field, past the 40, near the 45-yard line. That'll be a pickup of a 12. It'll be a first down for Waterloo. They'll officially mark it at the 44, and a great run by the Waterloo QB.
Yeah, I tell you what, he hit the hole quick. He hit it at a dead run. Nothing fancy, run right at him. That was a good job.
5 minutes left here in the third quarter. 49-0 is your score. Springfield with the lead. As we'll try to get you some more scores from the iMedia One network as well. Close game over in Austintown between the St. Ignatius Wildcats and the Fitch Falcons. They can now hand off on the jet motion. Pickup of a couple of yards on the play.
Defense, they swarmed out. They swarmed on that one. That was a good job.
Junior Eric May on the carry. As we see a few new numbers there for the Springfield Tigers. We'll try to bring you a couple of those as we come across them. Nate Hefner will check in, the sophomore, 5'9", 175 pounds. He'll be on the the defensive line.
Evan Miracle. Looks like he's a linebacker. He's in there.
And Evan also playing some fullback. Giving Wyatt Kuboff a little bit of a break.
5'6", 167. 10th grader.
Yeah. Aiken now rolling out to the near side. He'll keep the ball himself, bring it out near midfield, past the 50-yard line, out to the 40, and he'll get knocked out of bounds near the 37-yard line. And that's going to be a big hit by Carson Cunningham, the junior. He threw a shoulder in there. And I'm not sure that Jaden Haken saw that coming. He went shoulder first into the sideline. I think he left his feet somewhere around the hash marks.
He did. I'll tell you what. He exploded on him, and that was a great job by that young man. I'll tell you what. He wasn't afraid. I'm going to take you on. You want to go, you want to run up my sidelines, I'm going to clock you, and he did.
So Dave is reporting from the Gessler Propane studio. 9:41 left third quarter in the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Poland 3, Canfield nothing. And I knew that was going to be a close game, Coach, but wow.
I thought there was going to be some scoring at all. 3-0. Holy moly.
Haken now rolling out to the far side, stepping up, going to fire over the middle. It's going to be knocked away. It looked like that was going to be Nate Hefner.
Yeah, it looked like
Nate is a linebacker, obviously.
Yeah, he got his paw up there on the. He split the difference, was able to knock that down because the receiver was wide open, and he just did a great job getting up there and knocking that ball down.
Also, Donovan Tidings checking in for the Springfield Tigers. 6'1", 230-pound junior. And again, and when I see this coach and I see these young guys, I think of the late runs that Springfield have had and the times they've had to put these young guys in, and they've been ready.
Absolutely.
Aikens now taking it up the middle himself, past the 35. He'll spin off, get past the 30, and be brought down by La Morticella at the 26-yard line. That'll be another first down for Waterloo as they continue the best drive of the night for them.
Well, but in defense, the defense is doing a good job. They had him stopped. They just didn't wrap him up. If they wrap him up, then he gets no gain. But he scored it out of there, and he did what he needed to do. But at defense, these young guys, they got to learn to wrap it up.
And I will check with Dave Ferris, but I do believe that when we wrap it up here, we will be taking you to one of the other games along the iMedia network. I believe it's going to be Austintown Fitch and St. Ignatius, but we'll get the official word. Jaden Haken's rolling out, fires into the flats, and it's going to be incomplete. That ball was intended for Eric May, but nowhere near him.
Well, the officials are letting him play because Evan Butler hit the It looked like the defensive end and the running back were doing a little bit of dance with them, and they had him around the waist and everything, and should have been holding, but the cap says not. We'll just let that go.
All right, Dave sends me the official word. We will be going to Fitch Falcon Stadium in Austintown for the conclusion of the St. Ignatius Austintown game.
Easy for you to say.
There's a lot of vowels in there. Last we heard, Austintown led St. Ignatius 7-0. Aiken now 3-step drop. Steps up in the pocket, takes a shot. Ball's going to be dropped harmlessly to the turf. He threw it, but not without taking a shot. And even a couple of Springfield players are checking on him to see if he's okay. And
Evan Butler, again. And there was, I didn't get the other number, and I apologize.
We got about 18 seconds left here in the third quarter. Dave will take us to a break, and fourth quarter coming up. We have some important business to discuss, Coach.
Really?
We do.
What are we discussing?
I can't tell you until the fourth quarter.
All righty.
And that's going to bring us to the end of the third quarter here in New Middletown. Springfield with a 49-0 lead. We're on a running clock. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week here on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We are back after this.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
Aiken will take it up the middle from the 27-yard line, fight his way past the 25 and get down to the 22. He'll pick up a 5 for Waterloo. 11:30 left here in this game. Fourth quarter action from Springfield Tiger Stadium. Springfield with a 49-0 lead over Waterloo. We are in a running clock situation here. Waterloo, though, with their best drive of the night. They are at the Springfield 22-yard line. 11 minutes left here. Some more scores from around the Cleveland Cobras scoreboard update. Not a whole lot of changes from around the area. Western Reserve takes a 27-7 lead over McDonald. Waterloo's going to take a timeout. 10:55 left here in the fourth quarter. We're going to keep it right here so we can get through some of these scores. Camel Newton Falls all tied up at 14. Ridgewood, they kick a field goal to tie it up with West Branch. It's 12 all there. Southern with a 21-7 lead over Wellsville. Corbin maintains their 17-6 lead over Howland. Canton Central Catholic 20, Salem 0. United with a 10-3 lead over Columbiana. Farrell 13, Grove City nothing. Sharon 6, Hickory nothing. South Range 14, and I keep saying I'm not sure about that one, and if that is the correct score, then I'll tell you, Lakeview giving South Range all they can handle.
Yeah,
however, you gave us an update from Poland. What do you got over there, Coach?
You got 7-3, and Canfield's leading. I don't have the amount. I don't have what, obviously, third quarter. I just don't have a clock, so I apologize.
So 7-3 is the score down the street here from the Middletown. Hicken now into shotgun, rolling out to the near side. Fires over the middle and overthrows the intended receiver. That pass was intended for Matthew Rolston, the junior. And not the best arm, but I'll tell you right now, Hickens is actually putting it in the area where some of these receivers, if they continue to run in the pattern, might end up with that catch.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting it there. He's another one that seems to leave it a little bit high. A lot of his balls, what he's doing is he's releasing it too early and it's sailing on him.
Just about 10 minutes left here in this game. Again, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We will take you to Austintown or Fitch Falcon Stadium in Austintown. Great game there between the St. Ignatius Wildcats and the Fitch Falcons. I formation this time. We pitch to the outside. And we brought down in the backfield. That was going to be John Tikach on the run. 5'8", 155, a sophomore. We got to talk to his mom, Bahia, down with the boosters down at the concession stand.
Yes, indeed. They fed us well, so big shout out to them. Speaking of the athletic boosters, you just walked through.
Braden Baird now in a quarterback for Springfield. 5'11", 155-pound sophomore. I formation. 9 minutes left here. They'll hand it off. Be straight up the middle. And brought out to the 25, past the 25 and down to the 28-yard line. We pick up a 13 for Springfield. Just about 8.5 minutes left on this running clock. Again, don't go anywhere. Our night is not over here on Western Reserve Radio, WRQX. We will go to Fitch Falcon Stadium. We'll pick it up with Mark Means and Dave Clark. We'll also keep you updated on the game in Mineral Ridge as the Rams host the Jackson Milton Blue Jays. Baird now under center. Wing to the right. He'll hand it again off the right side. Trogio moving past the 30 down to the 31-yard line. We've talked about Noah Trogio several times. He has participated with the ones, especially on the kick return. You've seen him filter in the offense. And the one thing we'll say about him, he never stops his feet.
I want to tell you something. That's a quick individual. He's not a very big guy, but I'll tell you right now, he hits a hole like a train. He is 5'8", 145.
And I'm getting an update from Poland. If it is correct, it looks like the Bulldogs have taken a 10-7 lead over the Canfield Cardinals. We'll have to check our sources here.
I got you after this play, Jim.
Baird in the I formation, hand off to Trogio. Trogio making one cut, and he'll go forward out past the 30, past the 40, down to the 43-yard line. Trogio with another Springfield first down.
All right, I got an update. Poland just ran it back 59 yards for a score. It's now 10-7 Poland. What a great game.
Things keep going this way, Coach. We may be able to catch the entire fourth quarter.
Hey, we'll pack up and we'll head that way. We got to drive right past it. We're in.
Brody Sanders checks in for Springfield, a 5'5", 120-pound sophomore. Lamar DiCello will come to the sideline. He'll take a breather. Cash Richardson will be the receiver to the near side. Baird with a handoff to Trogio. Trogio make one cut to the right, move forward. He'll get past the 45, down to the 47-yard line. Pick up a 5, and as a coach, you always tell your running backs one cut and go.
Yeah.
And he has actually been the textbook definition of this every time he's touched the ball.
I want to tell you what, his feet don't stop. I mean, he makes one cut and then hits just shoulders down, square, and he hits that hole like a train. So, my man, great job.
Matthew Weimer check in for Springfield, a 5'9", 140-pound sophomore. Trogio will come to the sideline, and also Eli Warner will check in for Springfield, 5'4", 135-pound sophomore, wearing number 49. Our lucky number, Coach?
Family number.
Our lucky number. So Baird now under center. One receiver to each side, have a tight end and a wing to the left. Give it to him on the pitch to the outside. Have a cutback. And we'll get out to the 34-yard line. Pickup of 2. That's going to be the aforementioned Warner on the carry. Bring up second down for Springfield.
Yeah, I grew up. That's what we did. My older brother, Lenny, played for St. Brennan's, and he wore number 40. I wore number 40. My brother, Jeff at Cheney, 40. Brother David, 40. Cousin Alan Minkovich at Cheney, number 40.
Lenny doing a little bit of broadcasting himself over the years.
Over the years, he was Jim Campbell's sidelines reporter. Did a great job. My older brother, as I say it.
Well, the tight end and wing will flip for Springfield. They'll come to the near sideline, moving right to left on your device. Handoff up the middle. Going to be past the 35. Make it out to the 40. Break one tackle. Get to the 42 and be brought down. After he's brought back to the 41-yard line, that's going to be Warner again on the carry. And did a great job breaking some tackles, getting forward there. Got a little east and west for a moment, but...
Well, what I watched, Jim, was the line. And Russell Lytle pulled from the backside, and his man was standing there when he pulled, and he absolutely clobbered him. And that's what opened up the hole for him. And I tell you what, these linemen are doing a great job. These are all sophomores.
Hand off again up the middle. It's going to be Trogio. Getting past the 45, mass midfield. He'll break past the 45, run one over the Waterloo defenders over, and get down to the 42-yard line. It's going to be a first down for Springfield. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Noah Trogio is one that we're going to want to watch here in the future.
I want to tell you something. Kale Warren from Waterloo absolutely got trucked. I think he had some spike marks as he ran over top of him.
That's what you teach him not to reach, stand up and try to, catch him. And that certainly paid the price for doing that.
He got hammered. That's a great hard runner.
Baird now in the shotgun. Warner in motion. He'll give it to him on the jet motion to the far side. He'll get past the 45, work his way to the 40. Actually, they'll give him credit to the 43-yard line. They say he went down, so it'll be second down now for Springfield.
Eli Warner, he did a great job.
Eric will check in. Warner will come out. Baird will bring the play in from the sideline. Just about 3.5 minutes left here in this game. And the plan here's after the conclusion of this game, and we'll go to break. We'll come back, give you a scoring recap, wrap it up from here, and take you out to Austintown for the Falcons and the St. Ignatius Wildcats with Mark Means and Dave Clark. Offset I formation. No. Hand it off. Trogio will move forward, get out to the 35. He'll fight his way down to the 32-yard line. Clock will continue to run here. Just about 3 minutes left in the game. Fortunately, this game is moving too fast. You'll have to check the news for the conclusion of the Battle of 224. Poland and Canfield. Poland with a 10-7 lead over Canfield. As Dave Ferris is sending us more information.
And keep in mind, it is on TV, too.
Yep. Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Here's Trogio. We'll take the handoff again up the middle, make one cut, pick up a couple of yards. But with 1:01 left in the third quarter, St. Ignatius and Austintown Fitch all tied up at 7. That coming by way of an Ignatius 45-yard interception for touchdown. 1:01 left in that third frame, and that's going to be a close one at the end.
Absolutely. Very impressed with these young guys. I'll tell you what, they're hungry. I love it.
Playing under the lights on Friday night. Springfield with a 49-0 lead over Waterloo.
Under 2 minutes.
Baird, hand it off up the middle. Trogio again. He'll get past 25, 20. Slip one more tackle. Get past the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Noah Trogio on a 31-yard touchdown run. Springfield with a 55-0 lead over Waterloo.
And he did a great job. He broke a tackle, and then he had 4 guys chasing him. And boy, did he grab a gear. He grabbed the gear about I'm going to say probably about the 15-yard line, and they were not catching that young man. That was a great job. Now, this is a team that you're going to have to watch out for. These were all 10th graders. Okay, these are all sophomores is what I see. So that's a great it's a great future to have.
He honestly looks like a video game character when he runs.
Oh, he is so quick. And he's not a big kid, but I'll tell you what, he pounds people.
Noah Trogio, 5'8", 145. Kosick with the kick. It's going to be up. And Kason Kosick is perfect on extra points tonight. It is 56-0 Springfield. With just about 54 seconds left, clock will stop just long enough to get the last repair that glass kickoff of the night. give you a couple more updates from around the valley. Dave Ferris keeping us advised of what's going on from around the area. And this one, on the other hand, is just 54 seconds away from being over here in New Middletown. Springfield will get out of here tonight 2-2. Waterloo will fall to 2-2. See what they do with this kickoff here is, again, we take a look at the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Lisbon now with a 29-7 lead over East Palestine. Girard with a 21-20 lead at last report third quarter over Struthers. Garfield 42, LeBray 7. Western Reserve maintains their lead 27-7 over McDonald. Mitch and Ignatius over on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. Tied up at 7. Poland with a 10-7 lead over Canfield. Can Central Catholic extends their lead to 27-3 over Salem. Salem will avoid the shutout. South Range 21, Lakeview 14. Again, that updated, little surprised that one is Kosick. We'll have this last repair that glass kickoff here to be fielded at the 18-yard line. Drop picked up by McLean. He'll bring it out to the 21-yard line, and he will be punished for the temerity of picking that ball up by Cash Richardson, a 6'4", 165-pound junior. And that was really the only way I could describe it, as we have 23 seconds left, and the clock will continue to run off. And I don't even think that we're going to have to run a play to end this one. Springfield 56, Waterloo nothing. So we will, at the conclusion of this, go to a break, come back. We'll give you the scoring recap, give you what's on tap for next week for Coach and I. And
you're going to have me back?
Maybe. We'll talk. And the last seconds will tick off here at Springfield Tiger Stadium. Springfield gets the 56-0 win over Waterloo. We're going to step aside for one last timeout. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. We are back after this.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier. Then make sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Now back to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and AM 600 The Patriot.
Back here one last time in New Middletown as Springfield gets the 56-0 win over the Waterloo Vikings. The fourth quarter, of course, brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House. Lena's Pierogi House in Hubbard is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Visit Lena's Pierogi House on Facebook to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Call 234-254-8532. And because of the speed of this game, we could actually drove out to Hubbard and got some pierogies, Coach.
Yeah, we could have.
But we'll look forward to that.
I want the chicken paprikash.
And I think Dave had that last week.
Yes, he did, and he didn't.
Okay, Bob, I'm breaking in here. I will bring you chicken peppercush this week, I promise. You will have it in your possession one day this week for lunch while you are here.
Just let me know what I owe you.
And we will need some pictures of that. It's just a smile on his face.
I will have it with the smile on his face.
Outstanding. We look forward to it. So, we're going to take you over to Austintown for the fourth quarter of the St. Ignatius Austintown Fitch game. Quick rundown here. It was all Springfield tonight, no question, as Gentile would go 71 yards, Kosick for 16, Gentile again for 27. Jake O'Donnell would block a punt and return that from the 2-yard line. And then first quarter would round out with Sheely on the 35-yard touchdown reception. And in the second quarter, Senafani would get into the end zone on a 4-yard run. And fourth quarter, it would be Kuboff on a 4-yard touchdown. Third quarter, Kuboff on a 4-yard touchdown run. And finally, it'd be Noah Trogio, who we talked about extensively, 31 yards to the end zone. Springfield dominant tonight. They send Waterloo to 2-2. Springfield improves to 2-2, and the Tigers will go to Vienna next week to take on the Matthews Mustangs. You can check our social media during the week. We'll keep you up to date on everything here on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600. Coach, you see Mike Davies talking to Waterloo there in the end zone. Again, one of the toughest things you'll have to do is sit there and talk to them and try to let them know that, the season goes on. There's a long way to go, and it's not an enviable position.
Yeah, I mean, hey, what you tell them is you, as long as you can look at yourself and said you did the best you can, that's all I ask as a coach. Just give me everything you got and leave it on the field. And if you didn't feel like you do that, then you need to look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, again, two teams going to 500, but with different stories. Springfield improving to 500 and Waterloo dropping to 500. Again, a couple of scores from around on the Cleveland Cobra scoreboard update. Brookfield 33, Champion nothing. Cardinal Mooney still has an 8-6 lead over Clyde. Girard leads Struthers by 1. It's 21-20. Girard. Garfield 42, LeBray 7. Western Reserve 27, McDonald 7, and West Branch and Ridgewood still all tied up at 12 at the last report. Boardman extends their lead over Howland 24-6. United 17, Columbiana 3. Farrell still with a 13-7 lead over Grove City. South Range over Lakeview 21-14. Lowville over Matthews 21-0. That was last updated at the half. Nothing further on that. Mineral Ridge still with a 13-7 lead over Jackson Milton. That will be the Rams' toughest test so far here in 2023. Niles 27, Hubbard 6, and of course we've talked about the Battle of 224. Poland takes a 10-7 lead by way of a 59-yard. I believe that was it a kickoff or punt return, Coach?
Kickoff return.
Okay, on a kickoff return. So Poland gets a kickoff return and a field goal. They lead Canfield by a score of 10-7. Want to thank you for joining us tonight here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. Thank you for having us in there, listening to us, and some of the silliness that Coach and I kind of have here, and Dave keeping us updated, and hopefully we'll have some pierogies next week maybe, and that'll keep everybody engaged in the game here as we sit here with our growling bellies.
Yeah, well, we don't want any team to feel bad that they get as beat as they did. They're already as the chins are dragging, so we try to keep it going and treat. It's hard as an announcer when you have a score that's 56-0, trying to keep it going. So we try to keep things fresh and try to keep the listeners out there. So
absolutely agree, Coach. These young men put so much work in during the summer, and this is a bump in the road for Waterloo. I mean,
that's all.
They came in at 2-1, so
sure.
This is a team that can't compete at their level. Unfortunately, I think Springfield is a team that is on the upward, and I think Springfield is going to be a team to be dealt with later in the season.
Yep.
Coach Guerrero talked about that lesson they learned from South Range Week 1, and I think that's going to go a long way for the Springfield Tigers. So for the coach, Bob Gessler, for Dave Ferris and crew back in the Gessler Propane studio, I'm Jim Craven. Your score one last time from New Middletown, the Springfield Tigers knock off the Waterloo Vikings by a score of 56-0. Again, thanks for joining us. And we look forward to seeing and listening and having you here all next week, right here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio and WRQX AM 600 The Patriot. Have a fantastic night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
WRQX, Salem, Youngstown, Warren. We are AM 600, The Patriot, a Cumulus media station.
For the Wildcats. Play clock at 17 seconds. Pepish takes another high snap, pulls it down, fires downfield. Receiver makes the catch. First down and down inside the 45 to the 44-yard line.
Yeah, they call those look-in routes, and that's exactly what he did. Went about 8 yards, looked in and came right across. Nobody there. Just secure the catch, get upfield, and picked up another first down. They got a nice drive going right now.
Want to welcome our audience from Western Reserve Radio 1 and AM 600 WRQX. Mark Means, Dave Clark, Michael Rickert. 7:29 to play, fourth quarter. Cleveland, St. Ignatius, and Austintown Fitch all tied up at 7. It's 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Again, a high snap. They hand the ball off to Washington. And he got back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. 2nd down and 10.
They've been very patient, too. St. Ignatius is patient. They go in there taking their time. They're getting their plays. And like I said, they got a very nice drive going right now.
Tonight's fourth quarter brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House, your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Visit Lena's Pierogi House on Facebook to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out, or call Lena's Pierogi House at 234-254-8532. 2nd down and 10. Pepish to throw. Time in the pocket. Going to roll out. Now he'll run across the 40, 35, and go out of bounds with a first down near the 30-yard line.
Yeah, they ran everybody deep in the crossing routes. He couldn't find anybody open. But in the meantime, he was able to find out on that left flank there was nobody over there. And he ran and got another first down, and they continued their drive now from the 32-yard line.
St. Vincent St. Mary's now leading Warren Harding 35-14 in the second half.
Boy, did that change quickly.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats. From the Falcon 32-yard line in a 7-7 game here in the fourth quarter. High snap. Pepish pulls it down, gives it to Washington, who drives to the 30-yard line. They'll pick up 3. It's 2nd down and 7.
You know, I got to give Joshua Peppers a lot of credit. He's been getting a lot of high snaps and been able to control them. You know, and that's frustrating, but he hasn't shown any frustration or anything like that.
He's 6'3", 215 pounds. If he's 6 foot, there's a few of those that are in the backfield.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Give you another Cleveland Cobras final score after this play for the Wildcats. 2nd down and 8. Pepish to throw. This time a low snap. Timing route. Deep ball downfield. And the receiver boxed them out and made the catch.
And who was it, Mark? Who was it?
Again, is Jonathan Maramie on the reception.
This guy has been, we've seen he was the only guy that really did a little bit in the first half, but he has been a stalwart in this second half. He hasn't dropped any. He's caught everything. He's made a great adjustment there.
28 yards on the Pepish to Maramie completion.
Great adjustment on the ball and was able to use his body to box out the cornerback who was right there, but he was the only one that was going to get that football.
Maramie goes in a slot to the left side. You're going to bring in the extra fullback. Brent Washington is the running back. Washington gets the carry, hits the wall, and drives down to about the 2-yard line. It's 2nd and goal. Final from New Middletown. It is Springfield, a 56-0 win over Waterloo tonight.
Oh, boy. I tell you, they didn't put something together, Mark, and trying to string along some wins there, and they're doing a good job.
Coach Guerrero and that staff got things working.
Yes, sure does. Got it rolling for sure.
2nd and goal from the 2-yard line. 2 receivers to the left. Pepish under center. Washington is the back in the backfield in an I set. He gets the handoff. Big hole opened up by the offensive line, and he walks in from 2 yards out.
Got a scuffle back there. Got that under control. Good job.
4:27 to go here in the 4th quarter. Washington's 2-yard run gives St. Ignatius their first lead of tonight's game.
That's big, but I tell you, they work the clock, Mark.
Gilbane on for the extra point. Low snap. They get it down. Kick on the way, and good. 4:27 to play, 4th quarter. St. Ignatius 14. Austintown Pitch 7. Back after a quick break on the iMedia One Network, Sports Radio 1240 and AM 600.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532. Now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Welcome back here to Austintown as we greet you from Greenwood Chevrolet Falcon Stadium. St. Ignatius has scored 14 unanswered today to take a touchdown lead.
Yeah, they sure had. And that drive there was such patience and poise from the quarterback position and the whole team. They just stayed under control, stayed consistent, and it was a perfect drive right down the field. Mixing and matching with runs and passes. That looked like a team that was ready to do things. I love those play calls.
Gilbane's kick is going to go into the end zone about 8 yards deep for the automatic touchback. It'll be 1st and 10 Falcons from their 20-yard line.
Well, this Falcons is going to have to do something on offense. We've done seen some things they have been able to do earlier in the game, but they have been basically shut down since then. So let's see if they can come out the bag now and do something.
That kickoff brought to you by Repair That Glass in Hubbard, reminding you accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. For an appointment, call 330-534-3192.
Well, a tale of 2 halves, Mark. That's what we've seen tonight.
That is for sure. They're going to flip the ball at Evans, trying to run misdirection.
That's who you want to get the ball.
All the way back to the near sideline. And Evans is down to the 24-yard line. So all that run, and he picked up 4 yards. And I love to see the sportsmanship from St. Ignatius. Going over to help him up was Leo Ferentz, number 33. I've seen that all night.
Yeah.
Love to see that.
Yeah. That's where you want to
play the game hard, but play it right.
Yeah.
3:52 to play here in the 4th quarter. St. Ignatius with a touchdown lead. Falcons go trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Vaughn turns the ball over. Going to step into a deep ball down the seams. The pass is going to be dropped. Incomplete at the 42-yard line. Unable to complete the catch was Dom Perry going to the field.
And that's surprising to hear that name dropping the football. He's been one of the most sure-handed receivers he's had. That one hit him right in the hand. Should have had it. They were able to knock that loose.
So the incompletion going to bring up 3rd down and about 7 to go for the Falcons. Vaughn rolling out with time. Looks downfield, fires downfield. Perry, did he make the catch? Was he inbounds? Yes, he was.
There he made up for that last play. And it is really right where he dropped it at. He dropped it at the 49-yard line. He catches this one and gets it back up there around the 49-yard line. So made up for his last mistake.
3:28 to play, fourth quarter. First and 10 Falcons from the St. Ignatius 49-yard line. Vaughn has a single running back next to him, but he'll drop the throw. 5 steps. Going to take another deep shot into double coverage. Looking for
that might be a
Perry.
penalty.
There's a
Yes.
flag.
Absolutely.
The safety came over for help, but made contact with Perry.
Yep, up and high around the shoulders there, and you can't do that. You know, the came over a little bit too early. And, boy, they are attacking that defensive secondary.
So pass interference going to go on the St. Ignatius defense. That'll go on Sean Martin. And
yeah, that's one thing. You know, it's not the NFL. It's only a 15-yard. Well, it's not only. That's still a big penalty. But you don't get it where the place of the foul is. It's just 15 yards from your previous line of scrimmage.
First and 10 Falcons. 3:20 to play here in the fourth quarter. From the St. Ignatius 34-yard line. Single receiver right. Twins in a wing to the left. They got to run it on first down, and that is DeAndre Richard, the freshman, down to the 31-yard line. Going to gain, going to spot him actually at the 30, Dave, so give him 5. It's 2nd and 5.
Yeah, I like the play call there because they try to catch him off guard there. Everybody's coming and coming. They try to run one up inside. And that's all you need is to break one tackle and break that first wedge of defenders, and you could have a big play.
So DeAndre Richard remains the tailback. Deshaun Vaughn back to throw on 2nd and 5. With time, going to take the shot downfield, and the pass almost intercepted as diving there defensively for the Wildcats, trying to make a play on the ball, is Ben Talek, number 8. Had a chance for an interception momentarily.
Yeah, he was there, and good coverage. They definitely had coverage, had him really like kind of boxed in, and he almost was able to get over there and make that interception. I mean, you know, I don't know. I guess you can go for those plays, but I think with this time that you have, you could be a little bit patient, too, on your play calls and continue to run it or get it to the outside.
Vaughn to throw it. Sets up the screen. Richard made the catch. Broke a couple of tackles.
Boy.
And he's going to have a first down.
Hey, that's how you deliver a blow on the outside. This is, like you said, this is a freshman.
5'8", 200-pound freshman.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem for 3 more seasons. So, man.
Could you imagine trying to tackle him in freshman football?
Oh, whew. They got some serious size there. That we're talking about 14 years old, probably.
First and 10 Falcons from their 16-yard line of St. Ignatius. Vaughn, 3 receivers in the formation, wing and a running back with him. They're going to pitch it. Now fake the pitch. Vaughn's going to keep it. He got down to the 16-yard line.
Near the 15-yard line.
So maybe he got 1 on the play, if anything. It's second and long.
Okay.
Game clock rolling down. Exactly 2 minutes to play now in the fourth quarter. St. Ignatius with a touchdown lead over Austintown Fitch, 14-7. As you join us for the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. The receivers go to the short side. Slot man goes in motion. Now settles in the backfield. Vaughn going to roll to the wide side. Backside pressure. Rolls away from it. Now back to the right side. Directing traffic. Throws across his body. And is that pass caught? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Caught in traffic. Dan Evans, the third, with the reception. It's 3rd down and 1.
Woo, boy. And I didn't know if he was going to pass it or run it, because once he reversed field, there was a lot of space over there, but he decided to make the pass.
So 3rd down and 1. Gone up to the line, now calling out the play. He's going to go under center on 3rd and 1. He's going to follow the big offensive line. Second push, got him the first down.
The clock will stop there with that first down, too.
Down to the 5-yard line. So it is a 1st and goal for the Falcons. 45 seconds to play in the 4th quarter. What has been an incredible week 4.
Yes, it has.
Now we've got whistles, and St. Ignatius wants a timeout. 33 seconds to go here in the 4th quarter. St. Ignatius uses the timeout.
Wait.
The Falcons, 7 yards away. They need a touchdown, and they need the extra point.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, what will be the call if they can get in the end zone? Will they look for the tie, or will you go for the win when you're at home? Sometimes you want to go for the win when you're at home.
I mean, the theory is, the win at home, the tie on the road, like you said, but
this is so tight. I don't know. It's been a nip and tuck game. You would hate to, but it's going to be a decision that has to be made for sure.
4th quarter, Jackson Milton leading Mineral Ridge 20-13.
Each team looked like, if I'm reading that right, the Falcons got all their timeouts, if I'm not mistaken.
1:06 to play in Marlington. It is Cheney 14, Marlington 6. The Dukes missed an extra point. So 1st and goal, Falcons. Two receivers go to the left, one to the right side. Vaughn going to run it with the freshman running back, and he is thrown out of bounds. Might have lost a little bit on that play. And now we've got whistles. And I believe the Falcons are going to use that first timeout.
Yep. Well, those timeouts came in handy. They didn't use any. They got 2 left. You're 5 yards away. Or did he lose someone now? I'm trying to see. He might have lost a couple on that play. Yeah, he's back to around the 7-yard line now.
Final score from Bo Ryan Stadium. Niles is 4-1. Hubbard also now 4-1. 27-6. Niles beats Hubbard. And Marlington attempted an onside kick. Cheney recovered. Dukes left to just 1 timeout.
Well, I tell you, moral victory for Hubbard. And the only thing you can look at, they were able to score, and they shut them out in the second half. So you got to build. You always got to find a positive somewhere to build off of, and that might be it there.
Every once in a while, that coach in you just kind of comes out. Moral victory. You scored 6 points.
Yeah, scored 6 points.
You still lost by 21.
Yeah, but you don't worry about it. Tale of 2 halves. Now let's capitalize on that second half how we played.
2nd and goal for the Falcons. Going to run it with the freshman running back.
Whoa, man, what power.
Pushing the pile down to about the 2-yard line. Timeout with 16 seconds to go.
Mark,
I keep saying freshman because my eyes tell me that that's not a freshman running the ball.
No, you got all kind of tackles on your legs, back, and everything. You're dragging them to the goal line area. Down at the 3, 16 seconds, 1 timeout left for each team. Each week we talk about the games that we broadcast, and they've been great, Mark. And we say, what kind of encore can we have next week? And each week we're having something that's special.
This 4th quarter brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House in Hubbard, your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Visit Lena's Pierogi House on Facebook to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Call Lena's Pierogi House at 234-254-8532. And you just might see our crew at Lena's Pierogi House next Friday before the game. 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. 16 seconds in tonight's 4th quarter. Falcons down a touchdown. Vaughn takes the snap. Rolling. He's going to dive for the pylon, and he's out of bounds inside the 1-yard line.
He got close, but not enough. And this is it, Mark. We're down to 8 seconds. He got out of bounds, so let's stop the clock. But it's 4th down.
Colin Stoutworth, number 99, 6'1", 245, running in.
Yeah, I called that last time out. You got to be perfect on this last play call.
We had St. Ignatius trainers come onto the field as one of the Wildcats a little slow to get up. So 3 seconds to go. The Falcons need a touchdown and the extra point to tie.
Yes. And it's 4th down, Mark. That's the big thing.
Last couple of plays, we saw Vaughn rolling to the short side of the field. We'll see what they elect to do here on 4th and goal.
Yeah, they're on the right hash. So will they come towards the wide side of the field? Will St. Ignatius take the chance and try to run a run blitz here? This is big. You can't lay back. You got to bring them. You have to bring them.
To the left, excuse me. One receiver to the right side. Vaughn is under center. Now,
that's the final timeout.
The Falcons use the final timeout in this football game.
Coach did a great job there in doing that. Go up there, see what they're lining up in, see the formations on defense, what's going on, and then readjust.
Because they don't have any timeouts to play the chess match, adjusting to the readjusting of the adjustment.
Yeah, right. Now, only thing now, this is it for Fitch. They have to snap the ball, but now it could happen on the other side because they got one timeout left. They could see what they're lining up in on this play and then call a timeout again from the opposite side. St. Ignatius will call a timeout and try to readjust again. So
here we go. 4th and goal from the 2-yard line. 3 seconds. Falcons down a touchdown at Cleveland St. Ignatius. Trips to the left. Single receiver to the right side. Vaughn working out of the pistol, running back to his right. Vaughn takes the snap. They will run it. Driving for the goal line. Looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Falcons!
Oh, man, that's
on the final play of regulation.
That is determination. Well, I guess the clock was hard to see, but this actually was 8 seconds instead of 3, because now it's at 3 seconds for sure.
So we got 3 seconds to go.
And now this is it. This is what? The other look like they're going to kick it. They're going to kick it and go for overtime instead of going for the win.
So it'll be Anthony Ruggles, extra point to tie with 3 seconds to go. And we got movement up front by the Wildcats. Did that affect your decision now?
Yeah, it could, because that's half the distance now. You had a 1.5 yard line. You could think about it, but if you want to play it safe, you go ahead and kick it. But I'm going to tell you, when you get closer to the goal like that, sometimes that's difficult, kicking the football.
So they'll keep Ruggles out there to attempt the extra point.
Yeah, all he needs to be is accurate. We don't worry about any leg strength or if anything. This guy can actually boom the ball, but he's got to get this one in and through.
Brady Evans to hold. Now we've got
they take it back.
And they'll give it back.
Yeah, well, this time it won't be half the distance. It'll be 5 yards now. So that'll put them back to around the 6 to 7 yard line.
Keelan Foster.
This will make it about 24 yards out now, this extra point. Around the maybe around the 15, which would make it 25 yards. So, boy, but then This guy got to have ice water because he's been through it, boy, trying to get this kickoff.
Evans to hold. Ruggles will attempt the extra point. Snap down, extra point on the way.
It's close.
And it's just barely inside the right upright and good.
Just barely. You are not kidding. That thing was close.
That started drifting away.
Yes, it did.
But at the very end, just had enough to hook back. And we are tied at 14, 3 seconds on the fourth quarter clock.
Well, I said it way in the early in that half to say, are we going to go to overtime? And it looks like that's where we're headed. This will be our second one.
Niles and Howland.
Yeah.
No.
Somebody we went in overtime, didn't we? Didn't you call an overtime game and then we got it?
Not this year, I don't believe.
Yeah. Maybe not. Okay.
That'd have been last year.
Yeah, it must have been, I'll tell you.
After a while, the games kind of they just run together. Fourth quarter, 3 seconds to go. Brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House in Hubbard. Tied up at 14. So 2 unanswered touchdowns by St. Ignatius gave them the 14-7 lead. Falcons able to come back in the waning seconds to tie this game up at 14. We'll see what the Falcons do on this kickoff. The way he's been kicking it through the back of the end zone, I would assume they wanted to just do that.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he probably would do and get this thing. Well, I don't know. Maybe they'll have him squib it
so the clock runs.
Right, yeah, to get this clock over. But that's always a dangerous thing, too. You got to be really good on that coverage to make sure nothing don't break out on them.
Ruggles runs up on the football. And this will be a knee as soon as they touch the ball. No time running off the clock.
They'll get one play here. And I don't, it's such a dangerous thing. Do you try to make something big happen, throw it deep, maybe you can get a pass interference, or do you just let it go?
Sorry, Dave. Under 5 minutes. Mineral Ridge and Jackson Milton now tied at 20.
Wow. 2 undefeated teams going at it. And when you see evenly matched games, we get evenly matched.
So we'll see.
Yeah, they look like they're settling for overtime here.
They're just going to bring everyone inside. Babich is going to take the snap and take a knee. And we are headed to overtime. St. Ignatius 14, Austintown Finch 14. We're back with overtime after this on Western Reserve Radio 2, Sports Radio 1240, and AM 600.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Captains meeting at midfield as we get set for overtime. Joshua Pepich for St. Ignatius. For the Austintown Fitch Falcons, it's senior Ryan Arms out at midfield. Fourth quarter, Poland 10, Canfield 7. A lot of good games around the Valley tonight, Dave.
Yep, sure is. I mean, this was, like we said, it was a perfect night for football. Well, even on the scoreboard, we had some great games tonight.
So what do we have here? Falcons won the toss. They will receive, and they will work towards the band here for the Falcons at Greenwood Chevrolet Falcon Stadium. So they will work left to right here with the first possession of overtime.
St. Ignatius won the toss.
Oh, excuse me. It looked like Austintown won the toss from the indication, but we hear from the public address announcer that St. Ignatius won and deferred. So I'm at a loss.
Yeah. You want to let them try to score first.
So that is official now. Ignatius did win the toss and they deferred. That is not what it looked like on the field.
No, it didn't.
Get the ball first.
So the Falcons start from the St. Ignatius 20-yard line. As DeAndre Richard, the freshman running back with him. Two receivers right, one to the left. Vaughn looking to run. Now he's going to try and throw. He'll break a tackle, get upfield, and get out of bounds near the 15-yard line.
Well, I tell you, Austintown Fitch speed has gotten them out of a lot of difficult situations. Vaughn, whether it's him, Evans, plays where they should have been tackled for losses, they get something out of it.
So here we are in the first overtime, first possession for Austintown Fitch. Second down, long 5. They're going to run it with Richard. And there's not much running room there. I don't know if he got anything. It's third down for the Falcons.
Man, yeah, I don't think, he didn't get anything on that play.
So third down, a little more than 5 yards for the Falcons. Dominic Perry is the receiver, split far wide to the right with trips to the right. Single receiver to the left side.
Yeah, you got that. I think that's Hill up there. Singles. He's there.
Looking for Hill. Pass got through the defender's hands. Was caught for a first down for the Falcons. The corner tried to jump the route, but didn't come up with the football.
Yeah, and that was our guy, Waikey, who made a big-time play earlier. Tried to jump that route. And luckily, it was a pass that was caught, but the momentum took him out of bounds. If that was something he could have turned up, it would have been into the end zone.
First down for the Falcons. First and goal at about the 8-yard line. Vaughn walking up to the line. Now drops back into a pistol. Takes the snap. Puts the ball into the belly of DeAndre Richard.
And Richard takes people for rides.
Richard's down to the 5-yard line. Second and goal from there.
Well, I tell you.
We've seen some fantastic running backs, and I know he's got 3 more years, but potential to have an unbelievable career.
Yeah, you are absolutely right.
Second down and goal. Ball on the 5-yard line.
This direction would be nice right here, Mark.
Going to give it to the freshman again, DeAndre Richard.
Well, he's getting close.
Richard's down to about the 1.5-yard line. It's third and goal from there.
Oh, boy.
Here in overtime, tied at 14, Cleveland St. Ignatius and Austintown Fitch in official stoppage.
I was trying to see, was that Richard is down? He's been carrying a lot of people on that back. And I tell you, that could do something to the legs there. I mean, he's been running the ball Yep, that's him. That's definitely him. See that? Thought I seen the number there.
So that is 22. DeAndre Richards down on the field. Has gotten the majority of the work here in the second half. We'll see if we get a total on his carries.
18 carries, 84 yards.
18 carries, 84 yards, the unofficial number for him so far in tonight's game.
Yeah, like I said, like you've been saying all night, that's a freshman. So, playing in a big-time varsity game like this, to have the confidence to give him that ball that much. And in crucial situations, he's carried the football. So they got a lot of confidence in a guy that young. Like you said, he's got the potential to have a big-time career.
So they are tending to him at the 6-yard line.
Remember,
now,
he had cramps earlier, too.
Up on his feet, making his way to the home side as we are on the visiting side here in Austintown. Would expect Devin Phillips to check into the backfield, the senior wearing number 6. It's 3rd and goal.
Well, what do you
at
do?
The 3.
What do you think you should do here? If you can't get into the end zone, do you kick the field goal? Or do you go for it? Man.
That's why I'm up here with you. I don't have to make those decisions.
Man.
3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. Receiver goes in motion, now cuts back. Flags, lots of them.
I think we had some people moving, 2 people moving at the same time. Yep, legal procedure.
False start. Going to give the Falcons 5 yards in the opposite direction. Put the ball at the 8-yard line.
Well, see if this changed the play call any. Mike can go with the same play they was going to do, but it widens the area which field you have to work with. One thing we're for sure, Mark, this is a big play for both teams.
So 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line for the Falcons. On is the quarterback. Split 2 receivers wide to the right. Bring one into the slot on the left side. And now the Falcons will use their timeout. So the penalty, the false start penalty, made it 3rd down and just about 8 yards to go. And Coach Parker wants to use the timeout, and makes you wonder when you think about it here, I'm assuming you're thinking one play ahead.
Yeah.
We're going to call this, but here's what's next.
Yeah, you figure they at the 8-yard line. If we can run this play and get it to the 2, do we go for the touchdown? If we only get a certain amount of yards, now we got to kick the field goal. You got to have all that within this timeout, and that way you can work it because you have no more timeout. So you got to be precise in what you're doing after this.
And you're well within Ruggles' range the way he has kicked the football tonight.
Absolutely.
Both teams coming back to the field. Tied at 14, first overtime. Falcons 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. With the win here in overtime. Twins to the right, single receiver flanked outside of the hash to the left side. Vaughn takes the snap, gonna roll that way. Gonna try and turn the corner. They cut off the pursuit angle. But he is in for the touchdown anyway. He walked the tightrope for a Falcon touchdown on 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line.
Absolutely, Mark. And that, as I've been saying, that speed has gotten the best for them. I tell you, they get out of situations. It looks like he was dead to rights to be caught. Once he got to the flanks, he put on an extra gear to get to the corner end zone and get in there.
Vaughn scores an 8-yard rushing touchdown to give the Falcons the lead. Ruggles on to attempt the extra point.
Big extra point here.
Evans will hold. Good snap, kick on the way, and it is good. So the Falcons score in overtime, take a 7-point lead at 21-14, and now put the onus on the defense to try to come up with a stop.
Yep. On this play here, this is it. All they need is a stop. The ball game is over. Well, Mark, we're headed to Hubbard next week.
We are.
And can we have an encore or what? I mean, I'm just excited every week now. I tell you, you come and have these games we've been having. It's been fun.
So first and 10 from the 20-yard line for Joshua Pepich and the Wildcats. Single receivers to each side, double wing to the right. First down run, Washington. Got to the line of scrimmage, might have got a half a yard across the 20-yard line before being driven back. It's second down and 10.
Yeah, they didn't get much. Matter of fact, they got him right back there at the line of scrimmage. They didn't give him anything on the spot.
Yeah, the far side judge from us initially marked the ball across the 20, but
sure did.
Was moved back. Second down and 10 from the 20. Again, single receivers to each side. Pepich takes the snap, puts it in Washington's belly, trying to stretch it to the outside. Broke a tackle, got back to the line of scrimmage, and got upended near the 18-yard line. And again, the speed to get to the outside.
Yeah, because he should have been dropped probably around the 25-yard line, which was a 5-yard loss. He got a yard out of that. I don't know how, but he used speed. And he's a glider more than a guy that you just see this run. He just glides.
Our friend Mark Beans, the other checking in. Farrell beats Grove City 21-14 tonight in Western PA.
Wow.
So third down and 9 for the Wildcats. Twins to each side. Pepich puts the slot receiver in motion.
That's his guy there, too.
Back to throw. Here comes the pressure. He goes middle. Receiver makes the catch for the first down inside the 10-yard line. Luke Sims with the first down catch. Well, Pepich just got that football away.
They went back to the bread and butter. That's the exact routes has been giving fits. Say that a few times all night because right across the middle, crossing routes, they're working, Mark. Drag routes. Perfect, and he's been putting them right on the money.
So first and 10 for the Wildcats. They need a touchdown and an extra point to tie and send us to double overtime. Snap, give it to Washington. Clear lane, and he walks into the end zone for a Standing Nations touchdown. And we're an extra point away from double overtime.
Yeah, and now here's the big call for their coaching staff. Do we go for 2 and get this out of here and try to win this thing? I don't know what they're waving there.
Waiting for a decision.
Yeah, that's what I thought I seen them say. We're going for 2. I was trying to read the coach's signal there. Oh, yeah. Yes, they are.
They are bringing the offense back out and going for the win.
Now, that takes some nerve on the road.
Ball on the 3-yard line.
Here we go.
Single receiver to each side. Tight end to the left. Washington, the tailback. Whistles. Timeout, Wildcats. They got to the line. They saw the defensive set, and they called the timeout. First-year head coach Ryan Franziger rolling the dice here.
Yeah, I like those nerves on the road in a hostile situation. You're going to go for 2. I love those nerves of the coach.
So St. Ignatius bringing in. They're bringing in the long snapper. They're now going to kick it.
They went. Okay.
Alexander Sharon, the long snapper, on the field.
Okay, here's the pick. This is it. Got to make it.
Kilbane, extra point, rush on. Extra point is good. So Tommy Kilbane calmly knocks through the extra point, and we will play another overtime.
Here we go.
Tied up at 21. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week here on Western Reserve Radio, AM 600 WRQX and Sports Radio 1240. And one of my cards went into the trash. I was like, I know I'm missing one. Well, when double overtime comes, you never know where your stuff is going to end up.
Yeah, a lot of things are going on, right?
So now they'll bring the captains out again for double overtime.
Hey, can you imagine? We got a record going tonight, Mark. 3 coin tosses.
And we got them all.
And we get them all. Man, we are on a roll.
So the 2 captains representing each team meeting at midfield. Joshua Pepich out there for St. Ignatius. And for the Falcons again, Ryan Arms, the senior offensive lineman. So they had everybody lined up. Now they're adjusting and then going back.
Yeah.
St. Ignatius will get the football first, going now to the opposite end zone where the Wildcat band is. So the Falcons win the toss. They defer.
Chess match. Been saying it all night.
The game within the game.
That's it.
Again, looking ahead on the schedule for these 2 squads. For St. Ignatius, they have Hoban at home next week, who is 3-0 coming into play tonight. The Falcons will host Stowe Monroe Falls, who is looking for their first win of the season next week.
Okay.
So Joshua Pepich, the senior quarterback. On 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Last second field goal by the Blue Jays, and Jackson Milton beats Mineral Ridge 23-20.
Oh, my.
The Blue Jays are 4-0. The Rams are 3-1. Pepich out of the pistol. Washington is the tailback behind him. Single receivers each side. Washington going to get it on 1st down. And he's able to work his way forward for a gain of about 1. It's 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, and I almost thought he was going to pick up more than that, but they rallied to the ball carrier and was able to bring him down quickly.
2nd down and 9 for the Wildcats. Tied at 21 in double overtime. Wildcats come to the line of scrimmage.
They've been running the ball, Mark. Maybe a little play action here and try to go to their main man.
They got all kinds of confusion. The receivers don't know which side of the field to line up on. Play clock, plenty of time, though.
Oh, this a whole bunch of confusion going on right now.
Play clock at 20 seconds. They move from the right to the left.
A lot of time, though. Lots of time.
Washington, the single back. Pepich under center. Play fake it to him.
There it is.
Pepich wants to throw.
Oh, he's
time. Rolling back. He's going to be sacked inside the 20-yard line. Back near the 23.
And I know they don't want to call a timeout because they don't have, but then you got that much confusion. I think you have to call it, get everybody reset and readjust it. Because this is big. This is big. You can't have that breakdown like that. And we seen what happened there with the pass protection.
3rd down, 13. Tied at 21. Double overtime. First possession for the Wildcats. 2 to the right. 1 flanked way outside of the hash to the left side. Pepich has Washington behind him. He's going to throw. Falcons are blitzing. They set up the screen. Washington is dropped in. That's going to be an incomplete pass at the 29-yard line.
That's a fantastic read on the play there. I mean, he had that. Was that Rocco DeFlorio on that? Great play there on the defense. I mean, right there on the money. He read that perfectly. Was able to bring him down.
So Tommy Kilbane will attempt the field goal.
40 yards out, Mark.
Holding for the Wildcats. That looks like Quinn Woodkey, one of the backup quarterbacks. Kilbane from 40. Line drive kick up plenty of distance, but no good.
Wide right. You know, we don't like to hear that. It's not a good sign. Wide right is never a good sign. We didn't heard that many. Hey, we got a guy here. Wide right. We don't like those. I hate those.
I thought you went Florida State. I didn't know you went there.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, you don't like that for sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, but
you were
Florida
walking
State,
a fine line.
Hey, Florida State did it many times. We've seen that so many times in big games, that one and that right there. Whoa.
We are approaching 10 o'clock on AM 1240 WBBW and AM 600 WRQX Salem Youngstown. Mark Means, Dave Clark, Michael Rickard on the numbers. Double overtime. Falcons need points for the win. Trips to the left. They are going to run it with the freshman running back, Richard. And Richard got to about the 18-yard line before being spun down. It's second down and 8.
And they got to get Richard out. He looks like he's cramping up those legs. It's giving them problems. Yeah, they have to. You know, like we said, he's a young guy. You got to preserve that.
I'm good, Coach. I'm good.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
No, maybe not. Is that 20 carries there? 19 carries right so far tonight. And that's a lot. And 2 receptions. So he's been a workhorse, you know. But, I mean, you think about it. He's been cramping up. He had a situation where he's carrying guys down on the goal line. He had to come out. And he comes back. He's definitely a warrior. There's no doubt about that. It's somebody you will want on your football team, but you want to also preserve them. And sometimes we are our own worst enemy. We want to play, and we'll continue to play. So I can't fault him on that because I would be the same way. But sometimes you got to go and prevent him from that.
And this time he needs a little help to the sideline.
Yeah.
So cramping probably getting a little bit worse.
Yep.
Hopefully that's all the issue is. So it is second down and 8 for the Falcons. I'll say from the 19th, so make it second and 9. Vaughn overlooking the defense, takes the snap, going to roll to the short side, has a little crease, tucks upfield and gets out of bounds close to that first down marker. And just as he cut to the short side, that offensive line opened up a nice gap for him to squeeze through.
And that's all they need. As you talked about earlier, the backs knowing how to make themselves skinny to get in these little creases, and they have been able to do that tonight. We done seen it from the quarterback. We done seen it from Evans, who's basically an athlete. He's all over the field. And we just seen them. They know how to make themselves skinny and to be able to get these yards. They're in field goal range for Ruggles right now.
Double overtime, tied at 21. Third down for the Falcons. Third and about 3. Vaughn takes the snap, hesitates. He's going to squeeze through a gap, and he got the first down to the 8-yard line. There was no opening
at all.
He just dove through for the first down.
At all, Mark. No opening. You are absolutely right. And there it is again. He slivered and slid. I don't know how he did it, but he was able to get through there and get right in scoring position now.
Dave, it looked like he was going to get pulled down on the backfield for about a 3-yard loss, and then all of a sudden, a little opening appeared between guard and tackle, and he went right through that hole.
And quickly he got through there, too. That's the thing that has been amazing me tonight with these guys is how they get in and out of those holes so quickly.
And a Wildcat player that was slow to get up that is coming to the sidelines. That looks like 32, I believe, Tommy McMahon.
Yeah, he's had a nice game tonight from his middle linebacker position, too.
We can say that about a lot of players tonight that have had fantastic games. Both teams left it all on the field tonight.
They will rest well tonight. You better believe it.
First and goal, Falcons. A score wins this game in double overtime for Austintown Fitch. Single receiver right, 2 to the left. Vaughn out of the pistol. Takes the snap, fakes it to his back, steps inside, and gets his way down to about the 7-yard line. And he is just he's not willing to pitch it. He's going to keep it every time.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Second and goal, and a lot of substitutions for the Falcons. Play clock, 35 seconds, plenty of time. They're just going to kick it now.
Yeah. You know what? It's getting dangerously close to something happening. You got a kicker like Ruggles. He's a weapon.
Ruggles from the 15-yard line.
Yeah.
Evans will hold 25-yard field goal for the win. Snap down. Ruggles kick has the distance, and it is just good inside the upright. Ruggles knocks home the 25-yard field goal, and in double overtime, the Falcons win 24-21.
Wow, what a game, Mark! I tell you, like I said, he's a weapon. You got to use him if you can, and that's what they did. And man, did he kick that perfectly. Get it in there.
In double overtime, the Falcons win it tonight 24-21. We'll take a break, come back, and begin the postgame show right after this on the iMedia One Network, Sports Radio 1240 and AM 600.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Ludic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Maludic_live. And remember, our fans come first. Happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leads. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
Now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Wrapping things up here tonight as we get you to the post-game show. Double overtime. Austintown Fitch gets past Cleveland St. Ignatius 24-21 on the Anthony Ruggles 25-yard field goal that was just inside the far upright.
Yeah, I mean, just in there. It was so close. It almost looked like we thought he might have missed it, but it was enough to be inside the uprights to end this ball game.
So we will look at the numbers first for the visiting St. Ignatius Wildcats. Grant Washington, 26 carries, 91 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That junior tailback is going to have a nice career.
Yes, he is. And I tell you, he's a guy that is going to rest well tonight. They got to get some ice on him and get him ready for next week. And use him, but use him sparingly. You want to preserve this guy. He's going to be big time for you.
Joshua Pepich tonight, 10 of 20, 114 yards and a touchdown. His leading receiver, Jonathan Merrimee, 6 catches for 77 yards. Luke Sims, 3 for 38. For the victorious Austintown Fitch Falcons tonight, DeAndre Richard, 19 carries, 88 yards and a touchdown. Deshaun Vaughn, 19 carries, 47 yards and a touchdown. Those 2 guys led the way on the ground tonight.
Yeah, that right there is 38 rushing plays just between those 2 guys. And they ran the ball consistently and got the purpose they needed.
Vaughn throwing the football, 13 of 22, 174 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. His leading receiver, Dom Perry, 4 catches for 86 yards. Dan Evans, the third, 3 receptions for 34 yards. And all those numbers tonight add up to a double overtime victory for the Falcons, 24-21. And a win like that can really push you into a special season.
Yeah, for sure, because that was a battle. And, you know, St. Ignatius can't hang their head. They played all the way to the end. And this could be something that they can build from also.
With the win, the Falcons are 3-1. With the loss, the Wildcats drop to 1-3. We take our show on the road again next Friday. We head to Memorial Stadium in Hubbard. And last report, Poland was leading Canfield 10-7. And Hubbard fell to Niles tonight, so Hubbard will be 3-1. Poland 3-1 or 4-0, yet to be determined. But another great game in the NE8 next week.
Yeah, hey, we just want to keep this type of situation alive. Can we have another encore next week? That's what I'm looking for.
Big thank you to everyone here in the press box in Austintown. They always do a fantastic job giving us a great spot, and we appreciate the hospitality very much. I want to thank everyone back at the studios. Dave Ferris there handling everything for us, along with Matthew Craven. And we're going to wrap things up by telling you in double overtime, Austintown Fitch 24, Cleveland St. Ignatius 21. For Michael Rickard and Dave Clark, my name is Mark Means. You've been listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on the iMedia One Network, Sports Radio 1240 and AM 600 WRQX. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you for joining us for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network, and we now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio on westernreserveradio.com.
You're listening to WRDB